Ooh, what is? Meh. Brr. Oh my, that makes me all quivery. Ooh.
Hello, lovelies. I don't know where that last minute went. I swear I had another minute before I was supposed to go. Anyway, we are back on Exodus at Cair Paravel, although currently I'm actually over at Thor Spring. Let me turn off my loading screen. I ran out of food at Cair Paravel, and it looks like I'm running out of food at Calvert's, to be honest. It might be time for me to do my 3-monthly cook up. But we'll leave that one. Also, I'm really sorry if you guys can hear music in the background. I don't know if my headset's going to be filtering that one out or not. There is a band playing literally on the green right outside my window. There's nothing I can do about it. So you're just going to have to, filter it out if you can hear it. Right. Anyway, where was I? So, hello, welcome to the stream. Oh, hello, Mr. Ruffle. Let me just scroll up and catch Tantail. Tantail was first in today. Well done, Tantail. Hi Madoon. Hi Massa. Hi Myra. Hi Mimas. Hi Galandria. Hi Vulcan. Hey Moomin. Who else have we got? Lovely Myra. Oh, I do need to, do you know what? I've got a drink. I have got a drink, and I lubricated myself well prior to the stream. So, hello, Niall. How are you doing? Actually, that's Nigel, right? I've only just realised. That's meant to be Nigel all this time? Anybody else that I've missed? Hi, Bun. Obviously, hello, Mr. Ruffle. Nigel. Okay, got it. Hello, anybody else who is lurking in chat? How are my sound levels? Are they okay? When I was testing before the stream, I was barely going into the yellow, and then I turned on G-Hub and I shot up into the red, so if I'm too loud, just let me know. Well, I don't know the other Wormian called Niall, so, but yeah, good catch. So I am over on Exodus, and the week before last, they did a patch which hopefully has fixed the tall walls which were not intersecting properly with buildings. I had reported it on the forum, as had several other people previously, and Willow dutifully said she would pass it on to the team, and they say they fixed it. So we're going to see. I did, those of you that caught the last Cair Paravel building stream, you might remember that I think I got to the end of the first floor of the building, and it's a 3 to 4 story building, and that was it. I have built the middle floor, so we're now up to the exciting layer, i.e. the marble layer, where I get to start doing my fancy turrets. I've tried out a couple, so I know it does work in theory. This isn't going to be a flop before I even start. But how well it's actually going to work in the end, I don't know. We'll see. But hopefully, I'm reluctant to say it, because normally when I do a building stream and I'm like, we're going to finish this today, that's shooting myself in the foot. But I might actually finish it today. You never know. So we'll see. I've had a tiny bit of rum, and I do mean a small bit. So mostly to lubricate my throat, but also I've had terrible toothache for the past week or so, on and off. So if I suddenly reach a point where I look pained and I'm not talking as much, just bear with me. It normally takes about 5 minutes for it to pass, but it's been pretty horrific. How's everybody doing? Are you all in Worm? I know summer is often quite a quiet time for Worm, whilst everybody is off doing summery things. Today's the first cooler day we've had in a little while, but it's still really fucking humid. I don't like it. So for anybody that hasn't seen one of these before, we are building, currently we're building the Folly, the coaching inn, and the guest quarters at Cair Paravel, which is literally right outside of the Exodus start town on the Southern Freedom Isles. So we're very close to a portal. You're not off doing summary things. How is Scrap Mechanic? I remember you talking about it last time. Is it good? Did it live up to the hype? Bun's just taken on a bunch of blacksmith imps. Very nice. Ruffles just discovered tomorrow's forecast. Oh no. Oh no. Mimas is worming, of course. Of course. So we finished this level last time. I have since done this level. And in fact, I've built a tall wall just enough to check how it intersects with the roof. And as you can see, there is no longer a great big gap like there was before. That's actually not a tall wall. That's a tall wall. But you know what? I was looking at it earlier, and I have a suspicion that they have fixed it, but I don't think they've restored it to quite what it was before, and I'll show you what I mean in a minute. It has lived up to the hype. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. I actually exchanged this tall wall for a normal wall so that not so much of it was jabbing through the bridge. But unfortunately, the roof still does, and I didn't want to scrap the roof there entirely, so I've just got to put up with it clipping through like that. I don't love it, but I'll live with it. Bun, you've got the setup for it, and soon you'll have the single most expensive item or tool you've ever bought, which will eventually be What is that? What is that tool? Dare I ask? Myra's building caravels, or just one caravel, maybe. Shipbuilding for Myra. Yes, I was going to show you what I think might be a sort of a fixed, but only 90% fixed for those tall stone walls. So I started knocking up the guest quarters, which is actually a separate building, but it will connect to the one we were building last time by bridges. So you can see that, like, the parapet, you can see the bottom of the parapet above, and you can see that the crenellations on these walls do actually now clip through the floor, which they didn't before. They sat just at the bottom of the floor. But look at this. Look at that tiny little gap just there. You only see it if you're a few tiles away, so you can't see it if you're on the tile. But it is still there, guys. I feel like I don't think it was always there, and now I'm second guessing myself. But I feel like they made them behave more like they used to, but not completely like they used to, because I swear there wasn't that gap. Does anybody else know if there was a gap? I mean, I'm not really complaining. I'm glad that at least I've got them back so I can do my fancy crenellations, but it's going to bug me a bit. Not going to lie. So this is our fancy double crenellated tower tops, which I designed this whole couple of buildings around, and only then discovered at the end of the last building stream that they had broken tall walls. So I'm glad that they've unbroken them enough that at least I feel like I can continue. But I do feel like these should probably be about like another 10% higher, because that gap probably shouldn't be there. The other thing I discovered, which has pissed me off, and I probably should have tested this first, but if any of you have ever built fence portcullises, they have two sides. Like the two sides are not the same, so the crenellations are taller on one side than they are on the other. This is what I would consider the front side, i.e. the neat looking side, particularly if you tuck a parapet into them. Do you know what? I'm going to do myself an injury. A small injury. Let's go down here and have a look. The not so neat side is the outward side, and because I've been happily testing Indeed Planner, of course, Indeed Planner, you can rotate things, but it turns out you cannot rotate fence portcullises in the game. And I don't know if their orientation is fixed or if their orientation is based on where you're facing when you build them. So this one was obviously built from inside the building, and what I consider the ugly side, the back side of it, is facing out, and that frustrates me. Well, that's what I'm going to do, Massa, because I have another one of those to build here. So what I am actually going to do is build a support, try building it from the outside, and that will answer for us for good for science, whether the orientation of the portcullis is based on the direction you build from, or if it is fixed, in which case there's fuck all I can do about it. So we're gonna experiment, and at least if it's the direction I'm building, I can just knock this down and rebuild it. But if not, it makes me very sad because you've got this kind of like this orangey lintel over the top on the less good side, which I was hoping would be hidden beautifully in the building. So we'll see. You can rotate walls, memers, but this is not the wall type portcullis. This is the fence type portcullis. And that's an important distinction because the wall type portcullises, they all finish at the same height as other walls, whereas to make use of the crenellation features, I am building the fence type, not the wall type, and fences can't be rotated. But then for almost any other kind of fence, orientation doesn't really seem to matter. But we'll find out. So that's one of the things I'm going to try. Hello, Tantail. Welcome back. So yes, we're going to try building a little support. We're going to try building a portcullis from the outside and see if I can fix that. If not, I'm just going to have to grit my teeth and put up with it, I guess. I will show you the D-planner plans in a little bit for this. But basically the principle behind this is we've got two different materials. This whole level and upwards is going to be in marble, which allowed me on this dual level one to use plain stone walls on the lower half and normal stone walls on the upper half, which gives me this nice, I can't remember what it's called, but this sort of like decorative trim on the top. So we'll see how that goes. I've started putting some ceilings in, mostly so I don't have to put scaffolding back up again to put them in these sort of double height rooms. But those are what I would consider finishing touches, so I'm not so worried about getting the ceilings all finished to declare this finished on stream. But it would be nice. It would be nice if I could get the walls up. So what I've done is I've got wall plans up where there are actual house walls. Everything else is actually going to be fences, strictly speaking. I can't now remember off the top of my head which patch notes it was, but in a recent-ish patch, they changed how supports for upper floors and things work, and I haven't quite got my head around that. But this was planned on the principle that I wanted to have supporting actual building walls, because you can't perch floors on fences effectively. It might now be that this design doesn't actually need as many proper walls once I've built them as I thought it would originally, but I actually quite like the design that I've got, and I'll show you Deep Planner quite quickly. Please do shout, by the way, if I forget to put Deep Planner back down again, because you know how that goes. So let's pop Deep Planner up. So this is broadly what we're looking at in Deep Planner. Hello, good evening, Dereki. How you doing? Also, is Nirav here? I don't know if we've got Nirav in chat yet. I haven't seen Nirav speak up, but as we know, I do sometimes miss people as well. So now Deep Planner does always reorient these back this way, frustratingly, when you reload it, but I can show you what the difference would be if I'm able to build those portcullises the other way around, because you'll see the subtle but important to me difference if we find a marble portcullis. There we go. So, and we're up on the third floor here. That's the difference. So from the front side, from the good side, a parapet completely covers that orange lintel, whereas if we're facing the back end, there's fuck all I can do about it. So that's why I'm really hoping I'm going to be able to turn those around, because it just looks much neater from the outside. But what we're looking at in here is a bunch of supporting walls on the inside of this floor that we're on, because almost all of the outside ones are actual fences and therefore can't have floors perched on them. But it will give us this kind of sort of open-topped platform space that you can come out up onto, which I think looks quite nice. That's the plan, in theory, anyway. And then next to it, we've got these guest quarters, which I have also built up to finish this first floor. And we'll have bridges that connect the two buildings here and here. And I've left a portcullis here so that this can connect to whichever building I eventually perch here, but I haven't planned what that one will be yet. So if I close that one back down. But speaking of Nirav, well reminded. So as you can see from the banners along the bottom, the next upcoming event on the Southern Freedom Isles is the Rockcliff Museum Gala, which is the second weekend in September. I will go and do some streaming there, but also Nirav has invited us, the coterie, effectively the coterie and friends, so and Calva and B-Stream, and to recreate, I suppose, one of me and Ruffles' glamp camps as like a permanent exhibit at the Rockcliff Museum. So Nirav and I have gone and scoped out a spot. We found a spot. I've done a little mock-up, so I know what sort of space we've got. And it would be what it would be really nice to have is to have some of the streaming community, including stream watchers, the most important bits of the streaming community, represented there. So I'm hoping any of you that are already in the Discord will have waddle. I'm hoping that any of you that are in the Discord will now have access to a new channel, but please let me know if you don't. It's called Camp Planning Donations. There is also a direct link to it down there if you want to type it into a phone or something. I appreciate it's not quite as clickable, although I can probably also copy that into chat. So just give me 1 second and I will pull up a link for you for that. So we want invites, that one. There we go. Hello Rapti, how you doing? So that should take you direct to the channel. You can see it. Excellent. Good. So I have gone looking at all of the kinds of items that we would potentially use to make up a glamp camp on stream, plus some extras, because this one obviously can have a little bit more time than we would maybe get to have on them on stream. And what I have done is I have made a list of one line per item in that channel of items which have signatures when made by players. And what I would really like is for as many of you as feel willing and able to contribute something to make one of the items on that list, input as high as you're able to, and get it over to me before the end of August. There's some more details at the top, in the very top post in that channel. But if there is an item in that list that you are happy to make, just react to that one line and I will go through periodically and I'll go and assign people's names to things so that we can get as many of the stream watching community represented there as possible. Even if you've already got another item with a signature at the museum, if you're already repped there, that doesn't matter. This is meant to be just sort of a bit of a display to celebrate streaming in Worm and streamers in Worm. And I have a bit of a plan to try and get some more streamers also represented at the camp, around our campfire. But I will talk to streamers separately about how we do that. So I'm hoping my plan's going to go seamlessly. There'll be no problems at all. Don't go reacting to everything, pretty please. Even if you think it's a nice idea, just react to the one that you are happy to make. Some of them, there are multiple items. There's I don't know, 3 or 4 mugs or something. You don't have to make the 3 or 4. You're just reacting to say, yeah, I'll make one of those mugs, with a small caveat for the few pottery items on there. It would help if you're able to imp them up quite high. If you're not able to, we're going to need to sort something out where you send it to us before it's fired and we find some kind person to imp it up for us, and then we can send it back to you for you to fire it, because I don't know, but I'm assuming that the signature changes. When you make the clay item, it won't have a signature, and when you fire it, it will. So it does need to be you that fires it. But obviously that's the only kind of item that needs to be imped up first. Ruffle has quite a lot of bells. I thought you might, Ruffle, and I thought that we should have some bells tinkled around the camp. So I'm going to leave that notice up on my stream for the next few weeks. We've got, yes, like Yups, for example, but I don't want to volunteer Yups on Yups' behalf. I'll leave that up for the next few weeks. We've got a few weeks to do this. There's a few items on there as well which won't have player signatures, which I am happy to make and to add to it, like carpets and things. And there's a reason that there aren't any chairs on that list, because the stools are, I mean, other than the chaise longue and the lounge chair, because the stools are what I'm going to have representing streamers around the campfire who have been either part of this process with us, or influences on us, or, you know, part of our wider worm streaming community. So those are some suggestions. I don't need a boat, Myra, unfortunately, but I'm hoping that there's probably enough items on there that most of you can find something that actually feels like it would be a good fit for you. Like, I don't know, Madoon, if you want to contribute something, if you can seal up a wine barrel of some kind of booze, obviously it doesn't need to be full. I think that wine barrels will show signature. That might be quite a nice one for you. I don't know, Massa, you talked about doing like a blacksmithing item or something. There's all sorts of stuff there. I haven't really put any tools or weapons because we don't tend to use those to decorate at camps. But that is a thing that it would be really nice to have as many people as possible contribute to. And on the 29th of August, so 2 weeks before the gala, I'm going to do a stream where we go over and we actually build that camp from all of the assembled decorations and create the display in time for the gala. So that's why we've got a deadline of sort of like the last week in August to try and get as many of those items as possible. You can mail them to me when they're done, or I can arrange to meet you at a portal with one of my priests if it's a heavier item, or just if you don't want to be mailing it. So we'll figure all of that stuff out. But there we go. Yes, and as Ruffle says, please do scroll up, because I've put the most important items at the top, i.e. the ones that make up the basics of a camp, and then I've put some fancier nice-to-have items down the bottom. I think there's probably many, many more items there than we will actually be able to get different people making, so focus on the essentials at the top first, please and thank you. If by some miracle we end up with more people wanting to make items than we have items there, we can always add to the list later. But I did a sort of a bit of a mock-up to see what kind of things we could make a nice glamp camp with, and then what would be nice extras that wouldn't look out of place there. So that is your introduction to the new banner down the bottom and the Discord thing. Yeah, Nirav disrupting the list. I know. But anyway, so that's what that's about. So go and have a browse, and I'm going to start building. Did I eat? I did eat. What I didn't do was drink, and also I think I'm carrying around a Rolf sandwich that I should put down on an LMC before it decays more. I don't know what they're singing out there, but it's... Hello, Scorpion. It's not sounding great from me. I thought there was like a Taylor Swift cover band, but maybe they've been and gone. That's certainly not what they're singing right now. Not that I'd recognise a Taylor Swift song if it hit me in the face, to be honest. Important question, do I have a weapon equipped? I do. So, I mean, if you are also a streamer or a guest streamer, I would still like you to have another item on there. Ruffle and I are going to make our own tents, recreate our tents from stream, although possibly in slightly different colours. But so Bun, for example, it would be nice to have an item from you, even though I will also get you to make a streamer, like a seat around the campfire. And we'll figure it out as we go. Right. They also... Why is there now a delay when animals die? Have they done... I seem to remember there was something in patch notes about, I don't know, corpses becoming inaccessible or something, or maybe not dying properly, but whatever fix they've done has made it worse than before, because now there's a couple of seconds delay where you're done fighting them, they're already dead, and they're still animated, and that's kind of weird. Frustrating. Hello, Wendell. How you doing? How you doing? Wendell, you've just missed my whole spiel about what that link is at the bottom. But in short, if you would like to contribute an item with your signature to a new Glamp Camp streamer permanent display at the Rockcliff Museum, there is a Discord link to the list, or as you're already in the Discord, you can just go and find the appropriate channel and pick an item you want to contribute. It is the Camp Planning Donations channel. Right. You think your rug has a signature, Tan? What, your meditation rug? Because the ones that I examined didn't, but in fairness, tapestries never had signatures ever, and I examined one of mine last week when I was checking what items could and couldn't, I'm voicing something else now, what items could and couldn't count for this, and I put my signature on a tapestry by examining it, which suggests to me that there's also been some other kind of funky stuff happening behind the scenes, because items that previously weren't signaturable, some of them now seem to be. Okay, so some med rugs have signatures. Okay. Yeah, I mean, certainly if it's an item, if it's low enough quality, sometimes you won't see whether it's got a signature or not. I don't know if it differs from item to item, but I know that there were some items which broadly should show signatures, but below about 20 QL, they just don't. I don't know if that's true of all of them. But certainly some meditation rugs, even some really high quality meditation rugs I have, don't show signatures. If you have one, or you can make one that does show a signature, then that can certainly become an item on the signatured list instead of one that we have to supply some other way. I might, if I get bored of building and I need a little break, I might just pop over and show you my mock-up space that I did over on release, whilst I was just seeing kind of like what we could fit in this space. But yes. Have I missed anybody else coming into chat? We good? We good? We're all good. Right. So I'm going to build some things. And I said, let's do the portcullis first, so I don't forget what I'm planning to do up there. So I'm going to build a temporary platform out, a little brace platform here, hopefully. Don't know if it's going to let me do it over a portcullis wall below. I don't know if anybody else knows if you can put them against portcullises, but I guess we're going to find out. And we're going to try building this fence portcullis from the outside and see if that changes the orientation or not. So, plan adjacent wall. We just want a wooden support. A wooden support would be too tall to be stable here. Fuck! It's because I'm over an overhang. God damn it. Now, how much do I care enough to drop a load of dirt down there to test it? The height's limited by your building height, right? Let's just go and do some quick maths and see how far off I am. Because if I'm miles off, maybe it's not worth doing, but if I'm only a bit off, I've got shitloads of dirt around here. I could totally drop it. There was also... Wait, what? If someone was pre the change to not delete... I don't know, Tantail. Yeah, I don't know if they're sort of wiped from existence. Or not. Does anybody else know? Has anybody else been in the game long enough that you've got toons who would have made stuff pre-wipe that you've since lost? Most of my alts have been once premiumed, so I haven't got any way I could reliably test that. Ruffle might, because Ruffle's had a lot of alts on and off over the years. Also, the Crimsmas debacle of 2025. Crimsmas? Do you mean Christmas? Oh, yeah, like, for example, when Moonshine was showing signatures for some and not for others, for example. Is that what you're talking about, Massa? Wendell, you're now up to 16 wagons made with rare things and imped with rare logs, still not one. Well, I did say creation is the hardest way to do it. Imping rare is much, much more reliable. But it is still a hard slog to rarer vehicle either way. So I feel your pain. Now, okay, so we've got a 90 slope there. And then how tall are these platforms? I'm going to have to check. Check by what they're level with up here. So we've got 90 90 up to there. In fact, I can just check this in deed planner, can't I? I don't have to count. I don't have to count. Right, 1 second. So deed planner, let's do it this way. So height, do you know what? This is why I love loading things into deed planner. Just the height calculations save me so much trouble. So that's at -7, and the point that these are all level 2 is at 150. So that's 157. Maybe 158. Does it count the 0? Close that one back down. So 158, and then we've got 2 floors, which is another 63. So 158 and 63 means this is 221 high. How many floors can I build for 221, and is this a limitation of the brace, the wooden brace structure, rather than platforms in general? Snowing in your house, Tante. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, it does do that. So 221 would be 9. No.
Time for science.
7 floors. And I can definitely build over 7 floors. So I think this is going to be a limitation of the brace support. Now, I don't know if it's been updated, but I noticed that the Wormpedia pages for platforms did not contain nearly as much information from the patch notes as I would have liked them to. But let's just have a look and see. So supports, for example, if you type support into Wormpedia, that gets you nothing. Jetties? Jetties? Timber frame jetty? No, because that's the wall type jetty. Oh my god, where do I find these? Platform? Where do I find these on Wormpedia? It's docks. It's going to be under docks, isn't it? Why is it under docks when the actual items themselves are not called docks, though? Right, docks. So... docks can be built from blah, 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 blah. So wooden supports, wooden brace supports. Okay, so brace supports have a maximum height of 300 dirts. But we said that was 221 up, right? So why isn't it allowing it? This is 150. Hang on. Are you still in deed planner? No, you're not. Okay. This is 150 up. Maybe 150, sorry, 157 up. Maybe 158. Plus 2 stories, plus the 63. That's 221. So you should be able to build a support there, right? Because it's less than 300 dirts up. Why doesn't it like it? I feel a bug report coming on. What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to try the ones either side of it. I wonder if it will let me build. I really don't want to build a solid platform out from here. But it definitely feels... Oh, fuck. I've never done that before. Fallen backwards into a building. I didn't even know that was possible, but that's good to know. That saved me a big bruise. Let's just try that again, shall we?
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Oh, well. Where was I? So... Oh, fuck! Nobody saw that. Anyway... It should be building a brace support out to there, out to the water level, which isn't any...
Nobody saw
that, right? Like twice in a row. But on the plus side, now that we know that we can, maybe that's a good reason for me not to lock myself out of those portcullises. For all the times I just want to go peer over the edge of something and I cock it up. Right, I'm going to climb. which doesn't actually help me not fall off things, but you know. So I don't know why it won't let me build a wooden support here. By rights, I should be able to both based on my maximum building height and based on the brace support. Hang on. I think the Wormpedia page has got them the wrong way round. It says wooden dock supports have a maximum height of 120 dirts, and wooden brace supports have a maximum height of 300, and I think that's the wrong way round. I think that's the problem we've got here. Surely that's the wrong way around, because the dock supports are the ones that you can have big, huge platforms. Which means I would need to drop a bit over 100 dirt down there to be able to build it. I'm willing to do that shit, you know. I could do that. And I think... Oh, let's turn climb off. So it's not going to let me do it here either, presumably. Wooden support. Wooden brace. Oh! It was going to let me do a brace support there. Maybe they are the right way round. Did I just click the wrong one last time? Fuck it, I must have. All that maths for nothing. Wait, can you really only build wooden supports up to 120 dirts? Is it because they're wooden? Is it stone platform? Because stone platforms can go much higher. Maybe you just can't have towering wooden ones. Anyway. No, well, I thought so, Ruffle, but actually maybe it is the right way round. Maybe it's just that you can't go anywhere near as high with wooden ones as you can with stone platforms. In any case, it's going to let me do it. So, I clearly just clicked on the wrong one the first time round and nobody clocked it, so you're all as culpable as I am. What do we need? Planks and wooden beams. Let's see. I do have some wooden beams stashed in here. Not loads, but enough. I still didn't put my sandwich down, despite walking downstairs being like, I should put this in an LMC. I know, Bun. I know. I assume it's to stop some kind of an exploit. I don't know why the brace can't be built as high as you are able to build, frankly, but whatevs. What do we say? Planks and beams. Right, let's do it. Definitely don't need anywhere near that many planks. Let's just drop some so I'm not quite snail's pace. Still pretty snail's pace. Whatevs. So then I'm just going to have Aramis painstakingly bash this back down because he is the mayor of the deed, but that's okay. Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't matter how high. Locking them won't help me from falling out. It will. It won't help if Crim locks them, but if I hand this building over to Aramis, then you can selectively choose which doors open for which people effectively. I can give Crim access. The portcullises will still open and drop Aramis out, but he's generally not going to be the one accessing them. So I can make it so that they don't open for Crim. But I quite like falling off the building and then just being like, whoop! And that's how I get around it with most things. If I'm using portcullises decoratively and I really don't want them opening for everybody, I do it by controlling the doors individually. You take the portcullis out of, instead of having it controlled by the building, effectively you have it controlled individually by the player who owns the building, and then you lock everybody else out of it so it won't open for anybody but you. Pro tip for anybody that's not tried that. Right, now we've got a platform. Now we're going to find out if it's possible to build portcullises the other way around. For that, first of all, the pain in the arse of fence portcullises is they actually need extra stuff. They need one cordage and they need a couple of wheels. So I've got to build a couple of wheels first. I swear that said it needed 2 wooden beams. Oh well. So let's sort this again. I need a couple of 3 shafts? 4 shafts? 4 shafts and 6 planks, I think, in order to make 2 wheels. So let's do that first while I'm still cogent. Somebody's wailing on an electric guitar outside my window. Small wheels. If you try and build a fence portcullis, by the way, and you pull it into your crafting window, it will tell you it wants wheels, not small wheels, but it is asking for small wheels. They're the only kinds of wheels you can create in the game. And we want 2 of them. You can lock it for you too. Can you really, Bun? That's good to know. I didn't know that you could lock yourself out of a... So you still have management permissions on it, but not access permissions. Well, we can test it. This is a thing we can test. Wait. Whoops. No, don't create extra ones. Let's put those in there. Make wheels. We'll test it in a minute. I feel like I remember us talking about this, and I thought we tested it on a stream. Might be the one where I was building the observation tower on Extus, on the lake between the villa and Thulspring. Because I seem to remember us having this conversation, but I clearly can't remember what the conclusion was. Or that may have not been a stream where we tested it, but it might have been a stream where we demonstrated how it can be done. But we've got plenty of them here, so we can check in a minute. The wheels on the castle, yeah, they do go round and round. And I don't know why they're not needed for the wall type, but they are needed for the fence type. Because they both have them. Wait. And we need a shaft to finish that off. Then I'm going to need 1 cordage. 2 fence bars, I think. Cordage. I've got cordage in here, right? Yes. 2 wheels, some fence bars, some cordage. The planks can go back, and then I just need mortar and marble bricks. And we're going to find out whether all my hopes are about to be dashed. So, marble bricks. It's not going to be quite close enough. So let's just drop some down there for easy reaching. Okay. Cross your fingers and your toes. And I'll try not to walk backwards off this platform, because I definitely won't be able to get far enough to get back in one of the holes if I do that. So we are activating our trowel for a start. That would help. Fence. Marble portcullis. And because fences don't show you, don't actually show you what it looks like till you finish, we're not going to be able to find out until it is literally completed. Did I get it right? 1 cordage, 2 fence bars, 2 wheels, and I've got more marble bricks. Oh, I didn't need mortar. Never mind. But let's just grab some more of those. Wait, why can't I grab more of those bricks? Give up. Because they're in the building and I'm not. I just need to make sure I don't accidentally complete this from inside after all of this effort. So let's just back off again. Not off the side of the building. Logic indeed. It's not even a finished building. Like, it's not even like I'm trying to reach through a wall. There's nothing built here yet. Why couldn't I just pick them up from this tile? Who knows? I think this is also one of the few building types where the special items it adds at the end, whereas most you have to have, like if you're building a staircase, for example, you have to have all the items in your inventory, and then you gradually have less and less items needed until you get to the end. You know, it uses the large nails, the small nails, the shafts, the planks, and bricks if you've got them. It needs you to have all of those in your inventory for the first few steps, whereas for fence portcullises, it waits all the way till the end before it uses like the wheels and things, and no, it is still facing the wrong way. Fuck. Why can't they be rotated? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to just blow up Cair Paravel and we need to build it facing that direction. For anybody trying to recreate this at home, for interest's sake, Cair Paravel faces west. So on an east-west axis, the good side of fence portcullises is the east side. And fuck you, Wojcik. Ruined! Hi, Nirav, how you doing? So that is very frustrating. I might put a suggestion on the forum to let us rotate portcullises since they have a front side and a back side. I'm not sure that anything will be done with it, as it's strictly speaking not a bug. But oh my god, that bugs me. Is it a bug if it bugs me? Is that? No, no, Nirav. Fence portcullises have a front side and a back side, and on the back side you can see this orange lintel, and the crenellations are lower, but it can't be rotated, and it doesn't matter which direction you build it from. The orientation is fixed based on the cardinal direction it's facing in the game. Very frustratingly. So I have just built a platform off the front of this to go and test whether building it from the other side made a difference, and it does not. But it begs the question, do I actually want to leave a nice little platform here? This is quite cute. Well, I don't need to bash it now anyways. Yes, I agree. It does sound like an oversight rather than a bug. Fence, like defense gates, I feel like this is something I've looked at before, but I can't remember what the answer was. Defense gates only open in one direction, or does it depend entirely on which direction you're coming at them from? Because if fence gate opening direction is fixed, that feels like another thing you might want to be able to tweak. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be at the top of the list, but it is worth... Yes, Tuplex. Hi, Tuplex. How are you doing? Okay, so yes, so fences will only open in one direction, and presumably then the same thing's going to apply to fence gates. It doesn't matter what direction you're facing in, their orientation is fixed on the server. And also can't be rotated. Because these are fences, not walls, they're not rotatable. But it seems like it would be an easy enough thing, theoretically, to put in the code, right? To make fences rotatable. I can't see that there would be any exploits that it's literally just an aesthetic difference because it does actually matter, potentially, to you what direction something opens in. For now, I'm just going to have to suck it up and put up with it, but it makes me sad. I just want it noted for the record. I am sad. And I shall make a suggestion rather than a bug report on the forum that perhaps that is something they could address. Anyway, onlyonedirection.com. Anyway, well, I've got an orphan brick. Do you see what I mean? So, like from here, you've got this extra bit of marble, and also those crenellations sit higher up on the front side than they do on the back. And when I said both portcullises have wheels, they do, but they're in a different place. So they're not quite like for like. On a fence portcullis, the wheels are on the top, whereas on a wall type portcullis, the wheels are on the side. But yeah, so these crenellations sit much lower down on this side, and you don't have that that marble facing on it. And because you can't control the wood type, you just get this kind of like orange lintel-like thing. I suppose it's strictly speaking, it's an axis for the wheels, which is much more visible on one side than the other. But what I have done, helpfully for myself, is I have added one brick to all of these walls, so I don't need to concentrate too much with the planning them. I just need to build them while I witter away. And that's what I'm going to do. So, first... You know what, maybe I'll just keep carrying Rolf's sandwich around. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's already damaged. It's not like I can save it from anything, and I don't know why building is such hungry work, but I do seem to wear down my food and my drink a lot more when I'm building. Has anybody paid attention to whether actually different kinds of activities do wear your food and water down faster? I haven't actually paid any attention to that. I know that there's universal things you can do to reduce their decay, like for example having your CCFP full. But I don't know if some activities wear them down faster than others. Answers on a postcard if you know or if you have tested. It doesn't sound like the fun kind of science to test either. So my mortar is here. Let's start at the back of the building and work our way forwards. So I'm going to put that there within easy reach. I can't, unfortunately, push my crates of marble bricks over onto the back end here, because they will fall through these, even though it looks like you should be able to push crates over this bit. The game treats this whole tile as open in the same way that it would if it were a fully wide staircase. So I can't push crates over it. I just have to carry bricks up to that slightly longer bit of corridor over there. But I'll live. I can get them fairly close on this side at least. Wendell, you burn through lots of food making wagons. You're so helpful. You feel like, okay, so Massey, you feel like it does go down faster, mining and digging. Near going uphill seems to drain it more. I would guess then climbing would also drain it more. Yeah, the problem is I sometimes go AFK when I'd like tab over to Deed Planner, or I'm looking stuff up on Wikipedia, or I'm getting distracted by a conversation on Discord. Sometimes I accidentally go AFK for like half an hour, and then I come back to finish what I was doing, and like all my food and drinks just shot back down. So let's have that one open. Let's have this one open. And let's just get some stuff built. Because if I waffle too much, I'm definitely not going to be finishing this building today. Less waffle, more work. I also don't know why you can, for example, you can build, you can plan walls from a tile away, but you can't plan fences from a tile away. I assume there's some PvP reason for that distinction, but I might be wrong. Maybe I'm just trying to apply logic where in fact it's just logic. But it does get frustrating when you're building mixed building types that have both fences and walls in, and the same rules do not apply. How far away you can build from and how far off the tile you can stray. And you just forget your planks. I do as well sometimes, especially if I leave my priests logged in the background, just tinking favour back up. Sometimes I have gone to bed and come back in the morning to find poor Aramis starving to death, or I just left him like at a portal, regenning favour, and a whole bunch of random people across the hours who had waved to him in local. But sometimes I do it with Crim as well, less often, but sometimes. You seem to remember reading somewhere that they go faster for actions that you need. What do you mean? As in, like, for actions that gain you skill, or for actions that use body characteristics rather than mind? Maybe? Like, for actions that gain you physical skills? I guess that would kind of sort of make sense. Your muscles need more food than your brain does, but for reasons of logic, yeah, you can finish the fences from a tile away, you just can't plan them from a tile away. I don't know why that is. I also found out something that surprised me, because I didn't expect it to be the case. But you can build platforms, dock platforms, right up to the edge of a mine entrance. And that feels very exploitable, because effectively what it means, and this is why I was looking at it, you can make a mine trapdoor surrounded by platforms, so there is literally no way out of it. Now, I know there's other ways that you can make mine trapdoors that there is literally no way out of, because as we know, they used some of them in things like the Puzzle Labyrinth to great effect. And obviously I wasn't looking it up for nefarious purposes. I say obviously, I do sometimes have nefarious purposes, but not those kinds. But I was looking it up because I wanted to see whether from a nice high deed I could make myself effectively a trapdoor down into an oubliette, or a fast way down to my boat mine, without sacrificing a full 3x3 tiles in the middle of a deed or a building to do it. And the answer is you can. But that feels like something that they didn't intend. I'm sure there was intent in the same way that you're not supposed to be able to build bridges too close to mines, but actually you can build them pretty close, and to settlement tokens and stuff you need to have a certain amount of leeway. If anything, I feel like the settlement token probably has more clearance enforced in the game than mine entrances do, and I tested it out on a whim, but I was surprised to find that it was possible to build a platform right up to the edge of a mine entrance. As useful as it is from a builder's and sort of like a a deed planning perspective. You always get the problem of it telling you you're in the way. Oh, fences, yes. There you go, there's another one, right? You can stand practically in a wall and finish the wall. But fences, even if you're, you know, like a foot away from them, it tells you you're in the way when finishing. And yet you can finish a wall with you basically in it. Why is that? I don't think fences and walls were made at different times or anything. I assume there was originally a reason for it, and as for most things, the reasons for those logical decisions often go back to PvP and avoiding certain potential exploits, but I can't really think what that would be. Yeah, you literally have to stand 50% of the way across the tile or more. I don't know why that is. Now, fuck, I'm out of bricks again. Now, theoretically, I got enough materials here for me to do this entire build with a few spare. But I have built and knocked down some platforms I wasn't intending to. I've added in a few extra walls I wasn't intending to. I'm hoping I'm still within parameters to finish building this. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I did unfortunately sail my gnaw of extra stuff. Willow! Willow, we were just talking about logic. Is now a good time? Is now a good time to point out those portcullises again? Hello, Willow, lovely to have you join us. There was us just being like, why can you do this thing, but you can't do that thing? Right, another 19 of those. Is it a bug if it's bugging me? Well, we said no, strictly speaking. I'm still not 100% convinced those tall stone walls aren't a little bit shorter than they were originally, but they are definitely much better, so thank you for that. It makes this building worth continuing at least. I am offended by some unsightly backsides of fences. Willow, do you happen to know, is there a reason why fences aren't rotatable? Is it just that it's never been implemented or never seen the need to be implemented? Or is it something that, like, they've tried to do before and for some reason, like, it doesn't work? Asking for a friend. Ruffles is not, your backside is not stretched. Your chainmail was stretched. You know what, you're never going to forgive me for that. We like big butts. And we cannot lie. Oh, it's just like the little stretched. Shut your mouth, Crim. I never show off Ruffles' bare bum. How rude. Not a clue. Oh, look, a squirrel. We were today, or I was today years old when I discovered that that portcullis fences can't be rotated, and that their orientation is fixed in the game. So we just built a platform to test building them from the opposite direction to see if they face the direction you build them from. They don't. Which in fairness I kind of suspected. I think the only thing in game that behaves that way is half arches. What's wrong with hitching posts, Tuplex? I know that sometimes the perms feel a little bit wonky on them, but basically, so this is the nice side. This is what I would consider the front side of a portcullis. This is what I would consider the back side of a portcullis. A fence portcullis. But because they can't be rotated, you can't do shit about it. It's just, if your building is west-facing, which this one is, you just have to look at the back side of the portcullis, and that makes me sad. That is my rant by Crim, aged 39. Being able to hitch animals through as in, you can hitch them through walls? I know that with hitching posts, I always put it the wrong way around. It's always actually like, I've for some reason, it makes sense when you actually see an animal hitched to it, that the trough is on the other side, but whenever I'm placing them, I always have the trough facing towards me, feeling like that's the way that they're facing, like they're hitched with a bit of a distance from it, and they're not. So I have a few times put a hitching post the wrong way round, then hitched something to it and been like, fuck. Don't know if that's what you're talking about or not. We were saying that gates as well open, like they have a specific opening orientation, and if you were able to rotate them, you could change that, which makes no difference functionally, but aesthetically would. I have to say, it hasn't bothered me with gates before. It's only just bothered me with portcullises, having tried to build them the other way around. But what am I doing? What am I doing? These ones, these walls. Let's do these ones next. Okay, so you can attach them, if your hitching post is oriented the wrong way, as mine so often are, then you can attach them and it glitches them into a building. Is that what you're saying, Tuplex? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have had that. Thankfully, it's only ever happened to me with buildings I own, but I can see why on a deed where somebody sets up hitching posts helpfully for people but never actually tests hitching something to them, like at, for example, community sites, I can see how that could be very frustrating indeed. Let's do this one next. I thought that this build was going to be a bit more finicky about the order that I had to do things in, but I was playing around with it earlier, and actually it's not as finicky as I remember. The only finicky bit about using fences in as parts of buildings is if you like using something like, for example, the unfinished parapet, which I do as a decorative feature, like as a kind of like low-lying, you get this lovely kind of like smooth wave on a low-lying wall if you use the unfinished parapet, and I can show you what I mean up at Cair Paravel because we did it there. You need to wait until the very end before you do those, because you can see one just about up there. There you go, that's an unfinished parapet on the edges there, but I can show you it more up close. Because if you have any more fences to build above it, it won't let you do that if there is an unfinished fence below. So the first time I made that mistake, I then had to go bashing all of my unfinished parapets in order to be able to finish the fences on the upper levels. So consider those a sort of a finishing touch decorative feature if you use them in that way. Save yourself some headaches bashing things down, particularly if you do what I tend to do and build deeds which you are not the mayor of because you have too many deeds, because then you've got to keep cracking your mayor out to go and bash things back down. Does anybody, out of interest, does anybody build just the feeding troughs? Because you can, right? You can also build just the troughs, but I don't ever really see them in isolation. What is too many deeds? What is this? I don't even know how many deeds I've got right now, but it's entirely possible that for once Ruffle has more than me, because I let a bunch of mine fall. You just assume all building projects include bashing oopsies. Yeah, I mean, and they do, inevitably they do. It's just, I have to keep then logging a mare in, and there was a brief period where mag priests who should have been able to bash walls couldn't, and we encountered that when we were building the other bit of Cair Paravel, because I was like, wait, why can't he bash anything? And I had to like juggle it around different alts till I found one who was able to bash, because I didn't want to take the risk that one of my summoning priests would lose some faith and then not be a summoning priest for a while, but thankfully that got fixed a while ago, so Aramis is now back to happily being able to bash stuff here. You have built a trough, Madoon. Okay, so I wasn't just imagining it. It's just I don't ever really see them, and they must be quite nice decorative items. I should use them more. I only ever really see the whole hitching post thing. I made my first piece of canvas the other day as well. Made my first oil paintings because I was testing whether or not they show signatures, and sadly they do not. But what I was pleased to discover is that you can, what do I want, marble bricks, is that you can attach pictures, and it makes sense when you think about it. Because you can attach lamps to fence posts, they are also valid wall types for other things, which means you can also suspend banners on fence posts, and you can suspend paintings on fence posts, which for most purposes you wouldn't want to. But for this specific purpose, for the glamp camp display that we're setting up at Rockcliff, actually we're backing onto a fenced area, and the back of our tents are going to clip slightly through the fences. But I was pleased to discover those can be masked because we can actually attach banners to them and or paintings and other things to hide the bit of fence that's clipping through the tent. So that was a nice thing to learn. Yeah, I thought so, Ruffle. I was quite chuffed with that. I was like, what can we do about this? And you can put banners in front of it, but of course banners sit quite high up from the ground, so they wouldn't have hidden the fence. But you can actually attach them directly to the iron bars. It doesn't even have to be the stone uprights. You've got to be a little bit careful with your placement, but you can actually attach them to the iron bar bits of the fences so that they're flat. And as I said, I did a mock-up over on release of like a potential layout for this, and I'll hop over there a little bit later and show you guys when we've had enough of staring at like unfinished walls and we want to take a little bit of a break. We'll go and have a look. One mortar short. Outrageous. Half the radius of a pet bowl. That's a weird decision. I wonder if that, I mean, maybe it's not a decision so much as like that they just didn't sort of connect up the two. So what is, do you know what the radius on a pet bowl is? And I don't know if a trough can fit loads more than a pet bowl. I know that you can't fit many like berries or lettuces and cabbages and like big things in pet bowls, but you can fit shit tons of like grain in them or small vegetables. So it's never like there isn't enough space in my pet bowls to feed the significant quantities of animals that I have nearby. Oh, I know why. It's because I take 19 mortar out of a habit, but because these are half walls, these actually have had a fence added, not the first mortar and bricks. You were wondering how the sheep picture... Yeah. I can't remember if I took the sheep picture off the nice to have one, because I figured, unfortunately, even though we could rename a sheep picture, because it's not creatable, it's actually... like it's not even something that you could put someone's name on, as because it would be donated, but it wouldn't actually be created by them. It was a Valentine's gift. But if we can source a spare one, it would be quite nice to have a little ruffle sheep picture in her tent. And yes, that would be how, suspending it on the fence. I went and checked. 8 tiles for the pet bowl, 4 tiles for the trough. That feels like an oversight rather than a deliberate decision, right? Especially given the size of the trough. I think mostly they're going to be there for decorative stuff. I also don't know, for example, if things like the hay beds get used in practice, but I quite like them as a decorative item. I wish there was a way to preserve hay bales, because I've got a hay loft in this build that I would like to keep like bales of hay permanently in, but the compromise might have to be like putting a hay bed up there, which will still decay. Presumably hay beds still decay even on deed. Don't know, I haven't tested. But there's items like that. I know we've had this conversation about food before, that unfortunately decay too fast to reasonably make use of them as decorative items, and it's a shame, because they would really be quite nice as decoration. I'm going to leave that crate there because I still got walls to build over that way. But maybe I can start pulling from one of these crates if I need to. Too far away from my mortar. Outrageous. Right, let's carry on with that one. Yeah, I know. Stacking them would be great, right? What if you could place them on top of one another? It would be so good. It would be so good. What if we bounce on them like monkeys? Well, I'd love you to add a bounce into the game, Willow. Imagine the fun that we could have if we could bounce on things. I'm too far away. Okay, so they decay pretty slow as long as you don't sleep in them. In fairness, my only experience of hay beds is when we went to guidance.
That makes me all quivery.
I know we and I know we built some. It does make me all quivery. And I know that we built some on guidance when we were first setting up those houses, but of course those were off deed. They 10 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped its head. Is that actually a rhyme? Or is it a rhyme that you have just cracked out memes? I've never heard it, but it definitely sounds like it should be. Put them on magic chests. What, the hay bales? I mean, you could, potentially. I haven't tested. I mean, magic chests are effectively large chests, so there's a lot of things that are just too big to put on them. I don't know if a hay bale is one of them, but it would basically take up the whole magic chest, and I think that investing in an LMC just to get some height on stacks of hay in my hayloft. No, even I'm not that mad. And I do have a lot of LMCs, largely for displaying otherwise decayable items. No more monkeys jumping on the... Yeah, I know, Bun. This is, you know... I don't know, I remember a lot of nursery rhymes from my youth. But, where's my bricks? There's my bricks. Oh, no! But things like, you know, like Peppa Pig references and things are just completely lost on me. For example, I know there is a lot of references that I don't get, not having been a parent and not having any kind of like young nieces or nephews or younger siblings or anything. No, Teletubbies I know about because Teletubbies were contemporary. Like for you and I, Bun, growing up, Teletubbies were like a bit late for me, but like I was still a child. Albeit a bit older than the target demographic enough to remember the Teletubbies. Like, remember hating the Teletubbies. Let's do this one. Gimme. It would be nice. Do you know what? I wish that... Shelves I kind of get, but tables is a weird one, right? There's a number of tables that you can't place things on them that you feel like you should be able to, like the baking stone, for example, which is the perfect kind of larger platter if you like doing plate displays. A baking stone with a wooden plate stood inside it gets you this lovely ring, so you can use it to create decorative plates, but a lot of the tables in the game won't hold a baking stone. It's too big an item to put on them, and that makes me sad. Like, you can't put them on tripod tables, even though they seem to be the perfect size. I don't know if it's something to do with the capacity of a baking stone or what, but I know that I found some niggles like that, where, like, what would be a perfect side table won't actually serve the purpose I want. And in fact, I found it up there on the bit of the castle that killed Nirav on that one stream that time. Where I was trying to put tripod tables down and then put baking stones down so I could display sweeties on them. Baking stones wouldn't fit. But there's a few things like that where something that you feel like really should be, like the checkerboards. I think the checkerboards have that problem as well. Like, you can't place them on a lot of the side like tables that you feel like you should be able to. Oh, we ranting. No, we're discussing. It sometimes it veers a little bit into rants. Do we know why the signatures fade, though, Nirav? I assumed that that's just some kind of, somewhere deep in the spaghetti code, it's something that they maybe don't quite know why it happens or when it happens on items, and so we only really know through observation the things that make it more likely. I can see why it is frustrating. By the way, did anybody answer Tan's question earlier? Someone's question earlier about whether if a toon had a signature on an item back when toons could be deleted from the system, whether the signature was lost with them or whether the signature remains in the game after the toon effectively no longer exists as far as the game is concerned. Do you know? I don't think you were here at the time we were discussing that, Nirav. Do you know that? Because undoubtedly there are a lot of toons that were never premiumed prior to them making all toons permanent. I don't know if you... Okay, so banished toons items hold signatures, but I imagine that when a toon is banished, they're still not actually completely deleted from the database. I could be wrong. But I would imagine that it's not a deletion so much as it's like a suspension. Why can't I access my... I'm not that far from my bricks. Thank you. There we go. So some ships are so old that they don't hold signatures. Oh, that I assume that's because they've decayed, Myra, in the way that Nirav is talking about signatures decaying on some items. You've been asked about deleted toons before and you don't know. And of course, we now have no way to check. Because any of my toons, as I say, with my alts, almost all of them have been once premiumed. So there's probably a couple that I've lost along the way, but not significant enough that I would have any of their items kicking about, like that they would have made items. Again, I need some more bricks. And I'm not going to be close enough to my bricks. Not one that's easy in any way to test either. There was something else I said that we were going to test. Oh, locking portcullises, whether you can lock yourself out of a portcullis or not. I'll go and test that in a second. The quantum effect. Just merely by observing it, you have an impact upon it. How are we doing for bricks in this one? So we still got 100 there. I'm going to stop taking bricks out of that container because I've got some tall walls to build there. Let's take them from one of these instead. Let's just bring you a little bit closer. Finish up these last couple. So this one. Yeah, and as Nirav says, that's why there's the no right-clicking rule, because that's how signatures get lost. Unfortunately, when you're imping an item up to get the signature on it, you have no choice. It's just a gamble that you have to take. What if you use... What? Okay, I think you're outside the realms of my outside the realms of my understanding now, Tuplex. It's not yet a museum item, but it is destined for the museum. And presumably sometimes like that is a risk, like you lose the signature before you actually get to the signature, but hopefully. Oh, I see. Is it ever a risk when items are repaired? Some items as well, you can't repair. You can't... Actually, I don't think there's any items that you have to hold to repair, right? Unless they need mending, and then you've got to pick them up to mend them, presumably. Like, you can't mend owned items, I imagine, if you're not holding them, in the same way that you can't enchant owned items unless you're holding them, like tents. Don't know. Test. Yes, you can mend what you can't repair, but given that you can't examine them, you need to be able to either pick them up or load them into something to actually see the damage left on them. Because normally you just examine an item to see how much damage is left or put it into your inventory. But if it's something that has to be loaded that can't be picked up, you can just keep repairing or mending until it's done, I guess. You can try a repair, because presumably repairing, as long as you don't examine it, doesn't risk the signature. But do you have a high repair skill, Nirav? Is that something that you've trained up, or something that's just naturally improved over time with keeping all of the museum items tinked up? No, you have to repair often. On the plus side, at least, a number of the items in the museum are decorative, count as decoration, and therefore do not decay on deed. Tantail, did you happen to get to the bottom of why... oh, I'm short of mortar again. 20, let's do 21, because that's what tripped us up last time. Did you get to the bottom of why some of your chess pieces in one of your buildings had taken decay, Tan? Did you find out whether it was not quite on deed or if it was something else? 73 repair skill just from the museum. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. I remember when Madnath was doing his repair grind, burning a lot of things on lava tiles, I think, to grind up repairing. And it was slow and painful. What is my repair skill? Not super, I don't think. I mean, not terrible, but not great. Where is repair? Is it one that comes under miscellaneous all by itself? You did a repair grind to 90. Yes, miscellaneous, 63. Not awful. Not something I've particularly done grinding with, but mine is probably higher incidentally than a lot of people's because, as anybody who has seen one of my archaeology streams will know, I have a little bit of a kind of a little bit of a problem sometimes with all of my stuff slowly decaying, and so that is true of a lot of other things as well. Like, I have very heavily decorated deeds. I have a lot of items just kicking about, so I do have to periodically go just repairing everything in sight, and you can't repair frags, obviously. I combine them to repair them effectively, but you lose, obviously, you're not actually repairing them, you're just losing quality to combine them back down to an undamaged state. But repairing all of the stuff around Little Venice, for example, repairing all of the books on my bookshelves and things, there are a number of things that I periodically have to go and just repair a bunch of stuff, like decorative bowls, for example, and satchels and stuff like that, kicking around my deeds. So that's probably where most of my repair skill has come from. You repair everything at the museum twice a month? That seems higher than necessary. Is that just because you're paranoid and you don't want to risk it, or is that because some things in the museum actually do decay that fast? Because I tend to do a repair sweep on my deeds like maybe once every 6 months, and I do occasionally have frags pop and decay because I haven't always combined them that fast, but I don't think I've ever had other items pop and decay, especially given that you have everything at the museum imped up to a certain point, right? Ruffle, yours is 66. Myra, yes, go repair your books. Repair your books, do it. It's so easy to forget. Basically, it's the impalongs. The impalongs come around fast enough that every time there's an impalong at some point, I go picking up all of my books to take them to an impalong, then I'm like, oh, I should repair all of those. Let's move the mortar a little bit closer, because it's all the way down here. Finish up those walls over there. And while we're there, let's see if I can lock myself out of my own portcullis. Test Bun's theory. Okay, so everything's imped up to 60 minimum. Okay, so currently I own this building. And now, okay, this is an interesting point. This is not a good one to test on because this is a fence. Technically, this doesn't belong to the building. This belongs to the deed owner. But let's just pop those there for a second. Let's go and test on a portcullis that is a wall, not a fence. Like that one, for example. So we close that a minute. This is a portcullis in a building which I own. So the way that you would prevent it opening for everybody else is to manage the door. You have to have a lock on it first. Oh my god, there's a cat playing with my It's not a cat playing with my feet. It's a cat toy playing with my feet. So you slap a lock on it, and then you're able to manage the permissions on it, and then you can separate it from the building. Let me go and see if there's one up in Cair Paravel that I can do this on instead. Also, I really like the one-click ride without having to lead horses to ride them. That was a good quality of life improvement, which I approve. I'm sure we used portcullises up in Cair Paravel, right? We must have somewhere. Somewhere, maybe? Probably? Perhaps? Did we? If not, I'll go and slap a lock on one of those and we can test that way. I suppose it doesn't need to be a portcullis that we test with, in fairness. So it would be any door because a wall portcullis behaves the same way. So some of the things the Brazilians wrote on a single sheet are gone because it wasn't contained within a book, presumably. Yeah, so papers are protected by putting them in books, but that doesn't mean that you can't display them. So yeah, as Bun says, you separate it from house perms. Now let's manage door. I'm not allowed to manage perms. Is this because I don't technically own this building anymore? It's entirely possible I don't. We'll find out. What buildings? Manage. Buildings. Northwest Tower. Okay, so am I the building owner though? Manage building. I don't even know. Is it that it's not locked? Ah, I should have been better prepared. How could I have been better prepared? Okay, it is locked. So, manage door. I'm not allowed to manage perms, maybe because they're controlled by the building. So, if we make it independent of the building by unticking that box and applying changes, I do still have permissions, which probably means I do own this building. So now we manage doors. So Bun, you're saying if I add my name to it and then deny access, that's how we'll do it, and I'll retain manage perms for the building, hopefully. Is that the theory? So if we add Crim and then deny her access and apply changes, is that going to prevent me going through it? No. Nope. Not that way. Permissions. Is there anything else? Like managing the building won't do it. It's all done on the door level. I've denied passage. I am denied all for Crim. So am I missing something? Or does this not work? Is it because... See, it's not... I don't think it's tied for... Deny all for everybody. Okay. If I now have a building that nobody can get back into... Okay, so let's back off again. Is that going to do it? No, still doesn't do it. I denied everybody. That's all denied. All of them denied. It's still opening for me because I own the building. We can try relog. Let's try the relog. So let's get Crim back in. For science, importantly.
Time for science.
Yes. Right, is that going to do it? No, still opening for me. If you've done it, Bun, by some witchcraft, clearly we need to do some more experimentation to find out why. But as the building owner, I do not seem to be able to deny myself access, no matter what I do. 3 tiles ownership rule. What do you mean 3 tiles ownership rule? Do you mean like prox perms? I don't think prox perms apply to buildings. But you know, I can back off and try again. No, me neither, Nirav. Like, you can lock other people. You can stop a portcullis used decoratively opening for other people. Bun thinks that there is a way to deny access yourself, and that's what we're just testing. But I don't think there is. I don't think I've ever been able to, and we're just trying to see if there's a way that you can do it. But even denying it for everybody doesn't seem to. Are you sure it's a building that Bun owns and can't access? Because the easiest way to do it is to hand this building off to another toon and then get them to deny access to everybody, and then it won't open for you, even if you're the deed owner, it won't override it, because building perms override deed perms. So even if it's on your deed, if you can hand a building off to an alt, which might cause you other problems, by the way, so don't do it lightly, they can then deny you access to particular doors in that building to prevent you falling out of decorative portcullises, for example. How you mean, how fresh are my hamsters? Rude. Also, hello, parser. So you've done it. You've done it with your butcher house. Have to see it to believe it, because this right now, from where I'm standing, this does not seem to be possible. It is not controlled by the building, which is the way that we needed it to work. Everybody has been denied access, but I can still come and go. And I can't take away my own management perms because I am the building owner. It is a good death method. Although we discovered earlier, Willow, that the first, like, I've never been able to do this before, and maybe I've just never had the perfect setup to be able to do it, but I managed to fall off a building and then fall backwards back through a portcullis on a lower level, and I did it twice. We'll go and see if we can recreate it, and now you can watch Crim fall to her death. Let's just park the horsey there. Let's eat this and actually drop off my sandwich this time. I can hear you, madam. There's a cat playing with a noisy toy just behind me. Don't mind her. It was this one, wasn't it? Because I kept trying to peer over the edge. Oh, except now I've built a fucking platform there, so I can't. God damn it. But yes, I kept peering out of this platform, out of this portcullis, and then dropping back into the one directly below, which I'm not going to try and do from an angle. That's just going to go horribly wrong, and then you're just going to get me with a very, very big bruise. I'm going to finish building this floor. Like, the temptation to go, oh, I meant to show you the parapets. The temptation to go back to release and show you the camp setup as we've been talking about it is high, but I need to at least finish the walls here, because I'm definitely not going to be finishing this building otherwise. But let's just, I mentioned earlier about unfinished parapets. I think they are a nice decorative feature, but make sure they're the last thing you add to your building if you have any intention of using fences on the levels above them, because otherwise they will prevent you building more fences. But now I have just remembered, let's just show you quite quickly what I mean. You get this lovely kind of wave. So you go, unfinished parapets. Quite a nice way of not preventing access, but just doing a finishing touch on an otherwise open edge of an upper level. I'm sad that we can't do half fences or half parapets of anything, because of this kind of, like, you know, half. Here we've gotten around it by having 2 sets of stairs, but anywhere where you've got just 1 set of stairs, I know many people will be frustrated by the fact that you can't then just have like a half fence to plug the gap. But I've used them all around this building, basically these unfinished parapets. There's just like a decorative edge, and I quite like them, and they line up quite seamlessly as well next to each other. So you just get this nice like wave edging on things. It also, for anybody who's interested and likes to do their storage this way, it also doesn't prevent you from accessing storage on upper levels. So it's not going to interfere with me pulling things out of there, for example, whilst I'm at the forges. Wait, what's coming for me? What? Do I have a deed perm that's overriding the building? No, deed perms can't override building perms, which is why, even for the deed owner, which is why sometimes people who manage villages that have other players in them sometimes find themselves kind of stuck when that player leaves the game or takes a break from the game and has exclusive perms on a building they built that the deed owner then can't do shit about. See your follow-up clarification, like if it's technically a fence and not a wall, might pass gates override. You mean if Bun's portcullis is a fence, not a wall? Because we were testing it on an actual door. But if the one that Bun was testing is a fence portcullis, you would be right. Then there might be an overriding permission at play. You had to give deed perms to the person who put the parapet on the observation tower. Oh, yeah. Tricky. Well, yeah, twoplex, I guess that is one kind of way around it, or let them build it, but make sure that they assign you management permissions. But if you're not the owner, even if you've got management permissions, you still can't blow it up. So strictly speaking, the way around it is to either, as you say, you plan the building, or you let them plan the building, and you trust that they are going to follow through on handing over ownership afterwards. But it is tricky. Okay, Bun's going to log a tune in to see what he did to prevent access. But for now, let me just put this back under the control of the building. And go back to my building that I keep procrastinating away from for at least a little bit. Let's just get some more walls up on this level before I go portaling back to release to show off stuff. And for anybody that's joined the stream more recently, as you'll see, there's currently a little banner along the bottom. Nirav has invited us to build a display glamp camp like the ones that Ruffle and I have on stream as a permanent exhibit at the museum, and we'd like to get as many stream watchers' signatures on items in there, even if you already have another item at the museum with your signature on already. So that link at the bottom, and I can pop it into chat again. Me procrastinating? Never. Will take you to the particular channel in the Discord. If you're already in the Discord, you can find it. You can find it manually without following the link. You're looking for the camp planning donations. But I've made a list of items that will hold signatures which are appropriate to have in a glamp camp there. And if you want to find and react with a thumbs up to one item that you are prepared to make and imp up as high as you can. You don't need to be able to imp it to 70. You know, if you don't have skill that high, just imp it as high as you can, and we can imp it up the rest of the way. And then in a few weeks' time, the 29th of August, before the gala, a couple of weeks before the gala, I'm going to go and do a stream over there where we're going to create this new glamp camp streamer display from as many items as we have managed to accrue. That is the plan. Right. Thing is, I actually quite enjoy building when I'm off stream, but when I'm on stream, I'm so bad at building stuff, and I don't know why I keep doing building streams. Like, I'm so easily distracted from it that I'm not paying attention to when I've run out of bricks or something. And then I'm just like clicking things, being like, why isn't it not doing it? Oh my god, now I'm moving so slowly. Why? Right. Let's do... Oh. I've lost my trowel. There we go. I've also... Oh, it's because I relogged. I was like, why is it forgotten my 7 actions on my trowel? Okay, the perms on the door in question. And it is a door, not a fence? Have you confirmed, though, that Bun also definitely owns that building? Like, if you go to the manage building thing, do you, as Bun, have the ability to hand the ownership off to somebody else? Because I think that's the only way. It's a portcullis. Okay, is it a portcullis with the wheels on the side, or is it a portcullis with the wheels on the top? Although it's saying manage door, so it must be a building type portcullis, not a fence. Are we saying maybe it's something specific to the portcullis opening that doesn't apply to doors? Not that I'm looking for a reason to stop building, but when I finish this wall, let's go try it on the portcullis downstairs in this building. But I will need to just go and find a door lock from somewhere, or if somebody wants to mail me a door lock. Because normally I have, like, I've got a bag in all of my boats called like a new deed kit, but of course I've sailed my boat home, so I'd have to go nosing around Calvert's Deed trying to find a door lock there, or I'd have to, you know, make one, heaven forbid. Okay, somebody can mail me a door lock. We'll go and test it on a portcullis door here to see if that does behave differently. It would surprise me if it does, because generally speaking, all doors behave the same in buildings, but maybe it's an exception. We'll see if we can recreate what Bun's got happening over there. Are the perms, just silly question, are the perms any different on NFI to SFI? I know there are some differences between the code for the two, but I don't know if the permissions system is one of them. Worth just asking the question, since your portcullis in question is over on Harmony. Yes, there's two kinds of portcullises. Tuplex, as Massa says, there is the fence type and there is the building type. This is the fence type of a portcullis. Downstairs, I'll show you in a minute, we have the building wall type of a portcullis, and that is the type that Bun has managed to lock himself out of successfully, because on the permissions menu you're getting manage door, not manage fence. Thank you, Nirav. I'll go pick that up in a second. I did say I was just going to finish that wall, didn't I? And then I started another, but we'll finish this one. We'll finish this one. And I can distract myself more with some science. Thanks, Ruffle, for pinning that link. Good mod. Well done. Myra, yeah, the door needs a lock attached for you to even manage permissions in the first place, so it has to have a lock for us even to have done that. So I was testing with a locked door before, but we're going to go test with a locked portcullis. Don't think we've got an answer yet. So the deed owner does not own it. Bun is on Delhi. Okay, so we haven't confirmed that Bun owns the building, because that's the way I lock Crim out of anything. I just make sure that somebody else owns it. At some point, though, you might need to take Bun over there to check, because I don't know that you're not just leading us all up the garden path. Right, that wall's finished. I'm going to go and pick up that lock that Nirav has just sent me. Thank you, Nirav. And we'll go lock this portcullis, which is the wall type, not the fence type portcullis. See if I can lock Crim out of it. So let's have that. That is a high quality lock, Nirav. That feels wasted on this experiment, but thank you. Stolen from chaos. That'll be why it's a high quality lock. When you pick the lock on a door, you don't get the lock by picking it, do you? Of course, we don't get to pick locks over here on doors. So, right. So, first of all, we're attaching the lock, which I can do as building owner. I wouldn't be able to if this was a fence. I'd have to have the deed owner do it. This building is, strictly speaking, finished because all of the lower walls have been completed, so it is a valid building. So manage door, we're going to make it not controlled by the building, but let's just confirm permissions, manage building. I can change the owner, which means I am the owner, because only the owner can hand it off. So this is definitely a building that I own. You do get the lock. Huh. That's cool. I knew that it was only unlocked for a certain time, but I didn't realise that you actually also got the lock. Also, thank you for the follow, Soulbrilla. Okay, so I've locked the building. I have isolated it. I've isolated this. Oh, sorry, I've locked the door and I've isolated this door from the rest of the building. So now this is managed independently. And now I am going to deny access to everybody, including, I don't know if it makes a difference, but there we go. It's added Crim anyway. There's active permissions denied. So let's close that. Still opening at the moment. So let me just double check. Buns 1, so not controlled by the building, and you had denial clicked for everybody. I think it's a building you don't own, you know. Or permissions work differently on NFI. It's a good question, Parser. Can you just get an infinite number of locks off them with enough time and patience? I will try relogging as well, because we did test that first, and it feels like, you know, if we're going to do this properly, we should. So let's just try relogging Crim again. You're going to get some hamsters for a second. Let's test it properly. Drink something while I wait. Okay, so you don't get the door locks. You only get, what, do you get gate locks, or is it just containers like the small and large padlocks? Although out of interest, if they then lock again, do containers lock again after 10 minutes, or is it only gate and door locks that lock again after 10 minutes? I did find something the other month, which effectively produces items for you in the game. I don't recommend it. It would be a very slow way to do it. But I got me a whole load of large signs that I had not created. The game created them for me when I didn't log Georgina in at Little Venice for a bit too long, and all of the merchants at Little Venice popped. It is still letting me through that gate. I think, Bun, you need to send Bun over to Harmony and test this, or at least just pop him through a portal. He doesn't actually need to go to the building. You just need to go to the manage building perms window in your menus whilst you are on Harmony. So you don't actually need to be there.
Time for science.
Yay! Bun's AFK. Outrageous. Okay, so wait, only doors lock after 10 minutes? No, gates do too, don't they? Don't they? The goblin camp gates relock? I guess they don't, actually. Yeah. No, they don't. You're right. We've definitely locked them and then all found a camp that's already been raided and come across it later, and they stayed unlocked, so I think you're right. More rum. maybe more rum needed. However, as far as we can tell, portcullises do not behave differently on SFI in this building, unless I'm missing something else. I cannot deny myself access to that. I have to hand it off to somebody else to stop this opening for me, but I kind of like the death trap and I like the fast way down. This water, however, is not deep enough to stop me taking damage. I could make it deep enough if I cared enough to. Right, I'm going to build some more walls. I am going to build some more walls. When Bun comes back, we're going to charge him with taking Bun over to Harmony, stepping through a portal at least long enough to test that out, because I am convinced, like 99% convinced, he does not own that building. But if not, maybe it's a bug, or maybe things are just slightly different on NFI, and I don't have a deed on NFI to go check it with, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that would take us probably the rest of the stream. So, right, gonna build some more sodding walls. Do you know what? I put the floor below me, I put that up so fast this afternoon. It's such a different story when you're not distracted by streaming. And of course I've relogged, so I need to just tink that back up again. Yeah. Well, and I'm sure we've gone through all of this before, but I don't think Bun went and checked the building then. I have not found a way to deny myself access. It's just that Bun insists there is a way, so I keep being lured into going and testing it again. I think it's just not his building. Is it because it's two portcullises on top of another? It shouldn't make a difference, 2plex. And as we said, like looking at the permissions menu, we know that it is a wall type, not a fence type portcullis. So it's not that it's being treated as a gate. Yeah, Myra thinks that it might be that as well. In fairness, the perms system in this game is so tricky that there are absolutely exceptions to the rules sometimes that we stumble upon, and also there isn't an easy way to see the ownership of a building except by your ability to hand off ownership to somebody else. It's not like you can examine a building and see who owns it. So that can also be quite hard to keep track of, because if you have managed permissions on it, possibly if you have, I think it's only if you have managed permissions on it, it will show up in your buildings menu. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're the owner. It just means you can manage. What am I missing? Bricks. So, yeah. Is he even back yet? Yeah, if you're talking gates, then you've got extra perms in there. So Bun is not yet back to be charged with this. But certainly if you're looking at gate portcullises, that's a different kind of perms interaction than the ones that we're testing. But in the case that Bun's talking about, it is definitely a wall, a door, not a fence. Now, I tested in Deed Planner the sight lines from all the way down there to up here, because I also didn't want this building to be so tall that it obscures Cair Paravel entirely. But of course, you can't tilt up in Deed Planner. You can't look up in Deed Planner. You can only really kind of get the perspective going back, looking like this. So I might find it obscures more of the castle than I intended when I actually go and look at it, but it'll be too late then. What can you do? So if a gate is on a building, it is controlled by deed perms. Yes. Yes, I think so. It doesn't, like, the building doesn't own a gate. Go underground and come on. Yes, I know, and that's what I do, Nirav, but what I mean is, like, in Worm, you can tilt up, and the perspective is different than if you just elevated yourself. That's the bit that I can't check in Deed Planner, and I can only really check in the Flash. Well, I could just blow it up. I did earlier threaten to blow up the entirety of Cair Paravel and face it east so that my portcullises would be facing the right fucking way. But of course that wouldn't work, because Cair Paravel is built on a cliff. I can't just build it the other way around, even if I wanted to. Have to reconfigure the whole fucking server. I have threatened to chop the top off an entire mountain to fix the sight lines up here at one point, but even that seemed a bit much for me. A bit of an extreme to go to just slice the top off a mountain so that my sight lines were better. Even I'm not quite that mad. Right, what am I? Wait, which one? Need a bit. Oh, these are half arches again. It gets me every time. It needs just one more mortar. It's going to be the same for that one. So I've done these half arches, like kind of like braces. They are going to need to be rotated. Yeah, like that. I quite like using half arches as sort of like braces as well for upper platforms. It wasn't strictly necessary here, I don't think, because I've got walls here. I could have built floors out. So these are really just a decorative feature rather than a necessary construction feature to be able to put walls all around this bit where it would otherwise only be supported by fences. But I'm going to remember this time to take 20 and not 19. Especially if it's built out of pottery bricks. Yeah. Yeah, that's a particularly painful one to blow up. Poor Ruffle. Name your buildings, folks. Don't make the mistake that poor Ruffle did, blowing up the wrong one. I feel like I have blown up the wrong building once, but it certainly was nowhere near as catastrophic as Ruffles. I think I had some, when I was building the gates at the Brambleheim Wildlife Park, I had a lot of like one tile buildings, and I think I was relocating a gate and I accidentally blew up the wrong one and a bridge with it. Certainly, it was not on the scale of Ruffles, and it was not pottery brick either. Never enough marble bricks. Which always feels particularly painful. And then we would lose her for another however many years before I lured her back with more fish slaps. Yeah. Do you know what? There aren't many things that have made me tempted to rage quit the game, but I know what they would be, and so I absolutely see why your deed dropping when you don't expect it to and losing a bunch of stuff is the kind of thing that makes people rage quit. Because like you can't even comprehend the scale of that loss. You don't know all of the things you've lost, and the things you do know you've lost, particularly if you're a sentimental person, if you've played this game a long time, if you've collected things from people who aren't in the game anymore, or maybe players who aren't actually alive anymore. That is heartbreaking. And I'm afraid the deed it or lose it mentality doesn't really hold any water with that. Like it's a sentimental loss, not just a loss of time and investment. Particularly because sometimes it can just happen accidentally. I don't know that we've got Robbie in chat, but I remember one time Robbie put upkeep into the same deed twice instead of into his second deed, and one of his deeds fell, and he did lose some stuff along the way. And Robbie's not actually that sentimental about stuff, but I have seen things happen like that accidentally, and I've seen players not get their, like, now at least we get an email warning, but it used to be that you did not get that. That was something that was only implemented a few years ago. So if you were on a long-term break from Worm, super easy to not realise that something's going to fall. But even with the deed warning emails, you know, if you've got them going to a dummy account, or if they're going to spam, or you're just not paying that close attention to your email account, it's still super easy to miss them. You've actually felt a bit free. Yeah, I can see that. It freed you up to start a new life anywhere that you wanted because you didn't have all of that stuff to take with you. I think if Brambleheim fell and I lost, like if it fell and I didn't notice for long enough that like the buildings actually decayed and I lost stuff at Brambleheim, I don't think it would be rage quit territory for me because I have investment in other places in Worm, but it would be gutting in a way that would be really quite hard to get past because so much real life money and real life time and also emotional investment and things are in that deed for me, not to mention like just the sheer amount of materials and possessions and stuff. And I would be very, very sad. I hope that it wouldn't be enough to make me rage quit, but it would probably certainly be enough for me to put Worm down for a while until it stung less. And I was willing to come back and contemplate starting again. They're not tears just from me thinking about it. I absolutely can talk myself to tears because, you know, theatre background, but yeah, thankfully, it is not the kind of stuff I have anxiety nightmares about. I have anxiety nightmares about all sorts of things, but I don't think I've ever had one about losing my Worm deed. And just by saying it, I might now have jinxed myself, but let's hope not. But certainly, like, that is a loss I would feel. It is not just pixels on a screen. Like, there's so much in terms of like memories and people and my own time and investment built into that. I might feel somewhat freed, ironically, by losing the zoo because that has become a little bit of a rod for my own back. Like, I like it. I've put so much time and investment into it, and that would be quite a loss. But maybe I would not feel. No, will I? Has the GM ever mistakenly blown something up? I feel like that's the kind of thing that, like, there would be a massive conspiracy cover-up for. Surely, even if that had happened, we wouldn't get to know about it, right? Have you ever accidentally blown up one of your deeds, Willow? Just be like, boop, wiped off the face of the earth. Yeah, nearer. I think the losing a deed that you've put, like a little starter deed or something, that the more time you've had a deed, the bigger it has become, and the more possessions and things you've accrued over the years in the game, the bigger the loss, right? Because it becomes, what am I missing? Marble. It becomes one of those things that, like, the longer you have it, the more you store there, the bigger the scale of the loss. So I can see how, this is why some people go funding their deed up to the eyeballs for years to come, because they just don't want to take the risk. They don't want the anxiety. And actually, one of the big, I suppose, shifts in mindset for me when I built Brambleheim was previously I had only ever funded a deed with however much to get it started and maybe put a little bit more silver into it. Whereas Brambleheim, as soon as I started to establish it, I put it over a year's upkeep, and I don't often let it fall below that. Like, the sort of the scale of investment, I was like, this is one I'm not going to take any risks with. And it was the same with Little Venice as well. Like, for the sake of my own peace of mind, I just didn't want it to be something that I was always worrying was going to, like, have I forgotten how much is left in it? So I started putting much more money into those deeds to just take that anxiety off the table. And the Black Friday sales are a nice opportunity for me to go and check in on all of my deeds and see what needs topping up. So that's the point where I suspect a lot of people in Worm now go and top up those things if they are not already deeded for, a decade in advance. It's a good opportunity to go and just check on and top up anything that you care about and make sure that it's got a nice, good buffer zone. Of course, if I got hospitalised tomorrow for a year, I'm sure some of mine would fall. But hopefully Brambleheim and Little Venice would not be one of them. Not you, you're a good girl. Accidentally blow. Have they ever accidentally blown up a server? Wormageddon was the loss of a backup, right? Nirav, you've got things in place so that doesn't happen to the museum. Yeah, I think people, and again, the more you've got invested in something, the more contingencies you try to make sure that you build in, right? And we've also had, Fairy has been a lovely one for this in the past. I know that sometimes when people have stepped away for their deeds for longer than they intended, Fairy, who is our alliance head over on release, has gone dropping coins into their tokens, even though she can't see how long they've got left, just to top them up and make sure that the deed doesn't fall while someone is away and not intending to let it fall. You quite rightly can't see how much upkeep is left in a deed if it's not your deed, because that would be a way to make it much easier to camp on deeds in order to get the benefits of being there when they fall. But you can top up anybody's deed. You can put coins in anybody's deed token. You just can't see the effects of doing that unless you're a citizen. Like, I've gone and tipped money into Thulspring sometimes, and I can see the effects of it because I am a citizen of Thulspring. Where are my marble bricks? But I've also put coin into deeds that I wasn't a citizen of and couldn't see before. Sometimes just to contribute as a thank you. or sometimes because, you know, I was worried that I was starting to see decay on buildings, and I was worried that the deed was falling too low, and I knew how much the person would be upset if they lost it. So I have done it sometimes where I've put coins into somebody else's token and then I've popped them a message to be like, have you checked it on your deed recently? I don't know if this decay is old decay or new decay, but just in case, you know. Whoops, there goes Indy. Oh my god. I don't think Worm would recover from whoops, there goes Indy. Yeah, Nero, if you do too. You know, and that's a nice thing to be able to do, and I know that not everybody can. Let's have more water. This is going so slowly. This is what I get for being like, we should be able to finish this stream. And get distracted by absolutely everything. Everything. Poor gold one. It annoys you that you can't see. Oh, wait, that you can't see how long's left on a deed. Yeah. Because that would be just a massive exploit, right? It's a shame. I don't think you can set up. I don't think there's any way to set up the email alerts for anybody who is not the mayor, but I suppose that you could, on your email side of things, set up an auto forwarding so that any emails that met the certain criteria, you could then have those sent out to others. For example, if you're somebody who is strictly speaking mayor of a deed, but actually you and 2 or 3 other players co-own it together effectively, you could set up mail forwarding on your side. You can't do it on the Worm side, I don't think, to make sure that that notification goes to everybody, but it's still not infallible. But it is certainly a much a helpful check and balance that we never used to have, that makes it less likely that a deed would fall without anybody realizing. You've had emails? Okay, so actually, yeah, you're right. Because also, if you're a citizen, it also pops up in your little village thing, doesn't it? When you log in, and it'll tell you if the upkeep's below a certain amount. So actually, citizens should get them all automatically, which means that even more so for a shared deed, that kind of stuff shouldn't happen without anybody noticing the email or the alerts, even if the mayor isn't there. I know that some people have had quite tricky situations where they've been citizens of a village and the mayor has stopped playing, and there's unfortunately fuck all the citizens can do except keep putting coins in it. They can see how much it's updating it, but obviously as they don't have control of it, although they live there and that's where all this stuff is, they can't take over. And I don't think, unless you've got the democracy setting, I don't think there is a mechanism for them to be able to take over in the mayor's absence. So if somebody just stops playing and is not contactable, there's not really any way out of that. I remember talking to somebody once who was kind of heartbroken that the only way to gain some control back of their space in Worm was to leave the deed that had been their home for the whole time they were there because somebody had stopped. Do starter cities get mayors? Yes, I think they do, because if you examine the deed token of any starter town, it will tell you who is strictly speaking the owner. You had that over with you, Tantail. Yeah, it sucks, and I understand why it's set up the way that it is, but it does suck when people find themselves in that situation. Particularly, again, if it's a village they've been a member of for a long time and they got a lot invested in it. You can recreate those buildings somewhere else, but it, you know, that's rough. And that works, Tantail, so long as you have permissions on all the buildings, but often what happens is if you let it drop and the original mayor is the owner of several of the buildings, you have to wait for all of those buildings to drop as well, because you can't deed over a building that you don't own. So that only works if you've got if you've got all of the people who own buildings are active and can hand them over to one toon to redeed, or if you're lucky enough that the buildings that aren't owned by you are on the edges, so that you can at least redeed the middle and wait for the others to have accelerated decay in the perimeter to rebuild them. What was it doing? Opening up this again, because I can't move any of these over this tile without accidentally dropping them to the level below. How have I got? That's why I haven't finished the wall I was doing. As you were, never mind. Yeah. But it is the peril, unfortunately. Worm is sometimes, I would say, at its best when you have multiple players sharing a deed together, but even with a permission system as deep as ours, it still in many ways makes it so much trickier. As somebody was saying earlier, Tuplex or somebody else, you're taking a lot more risks if you don't have one person owning all of the buildings on their deed, because you also get the reverse where you get a mayor stuck with buildings that they can't do anything with for players who have stopped being active. And I imagine that people who run dedicated recruiting deeds that take in new players and things, like, for example, like Harvest Moon Lagoon on release, I imagine they have some kind of particular plan for the way that they manage permissions and buildings in order to prevent that problem. Biting them in the arse all the time. Come on. Someone recently dropped a deed you're a citizen of, and you were trapped in a field next to your house. Oh dear. Was this a deed on Pristine? Oh, no, wait, is this epic? Was this an epic one? I'm trying to think where Ruffle isn't mayor of her own deed. Galandria, you have to make deed upkeep run out and build a new deed over it. But you were able to remove the old buildings before that happens. Okay. At least now we have priests we can summon ourselves out of things. Unlike that time that somebody accidentally got trapped in my mine on guidance and there was no way to summon them out. Eek. Has the yard system, do you know what, it's been so long since I've since we played over on guidance, I don't remember. Does the yard system apply to starter homes that you bring over from guidance? Was the yard system transported over to the other servers in any way, or does it only exist on guidance? I assume it's just I still haven't brought a house over from guidance. Like, I've got the little box on guidance. I'm sad that it will only apply to a house on guidance, but I understand why. I'm also sad that it's death kept. I'd really like to be able to like drop it down as an item. So only the house transfers, and there's no such thing as yard, kind of like yard perms or yard rules on servers other than guidance, right? You just back to like normal kind of fence and perimeter perms and things over here. I definitely need to do more missions. I'm okay on karma for Crim. I haven't got shitloads, but I've got enough. But I could really do with more karma on my priests. I end up having them swallow source crystals all the time, just so that they've got enough karma in them for a couple of teleports in the event that I don't have a portal priest at the right end of something. Oh my god! You know what? There is a way to make this slightly less painful. And that's by dropping a bunch of stuff. Let's do that. So how many have we got left? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more walls to go. So I should be doing this on bricks, not on mortar, shouldn't I? Because bricks are heavier. So let's just dump a bunch of bricks on the ground here. I'm going to need 76 bricks. So another 10. Then as much mortar as it will let me drop, which is not going to be much. I'm too far away from my mortar. Outrageous. Ah, I've encountered a problem. I'm now carrying so much mortar I'm not going to be able to pick up all my bricks. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's still better than having to keep limping back to pick them all up. That'll do me for now. So, double bricks. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh my god, let's at least finish one floor. You won a fight against a fog spider and then a wolf, ended with no damage, and then noticed you weren't wearing any armor. Well done, Parser. Rite of Spring. Oh, there's a Rite of Spring on Independence. Nice. Nice. Champion White Dragon slain on Exodus. Yeah, Exodus doesn't really have public slayings. Yes, I remember you used yours for the base for Floof Shear, and that's a really nice use for it. That was a good thing to do with your guidance house. I know I can combine mortar. Do you know what? But I often combine mortar to carry it the lazy fashion to another crate. But if you combine mortar and then you start building a house with it, presumably, is it just then taking off the amount that you need so you can just combine 19 mortar and just keep adding them to a wall? Never tried. Good to know. So there we go. I've combined mortar. It wouldn't allow me to carry more bricks because this is the weight rather than the quantity that is the problem. But it does indeed just take off however much you need. Pro tip. Dan, you started a fight on an angry scorp and then realised it was your alt. Yeah. Yeah, I have definitely done things like that as well. Come on, come on, come on. Where are my bricks? Just back there. I'm going to need to go back for mortar one more time, but I should have enough bricks here at least. Hiding in a pen, waiting for it to wander off. I never make that mistake with imping, though. It would make sense to wait for the sun to come up before I go and look at the base on release, at the camp setup on release. What time are we on? Okay, not far off sunrise. See, I don't feel like the tops of these crenellations are poking through the floor less than they did before, but I definitely don't remember that slimline gap. Maybe I just haven't ever stood far enough away. It feels like the tall stone walls are still not quite as tall as they used to be, though. But of course, there's no way for me to now go and check on anything else, and I don't think you could see in Deed Planner. See that gap in Deed Planner. Certainly, Deed Planner, if you examine it from all angles, it doesn't look like there is any gap at all. But I don't know if it was always that way or not. Got somebody in local called Reasons. Never seen them before. Okay, so Nira, if you still think that there's a slight difference as well, I know that, I mean, there was a big difference that they have just bug fixed like a week ago, but it feels like they are not quite as tall. They're much closer, but still not quite as tall as they were. And it might have been. I'll go and show you an example down here. It might have been before you joined us, but like there is definitely a gap. You have to stand 2 or 3 tiles back to see the gap, but there is still a bit of a gap. And I wonder if the gap is because of ceilings. I don't know, but I also need to test whether building a ceiling will effectively plug that gap for me or not. How many have we got left to do? Another 2. So 38, 33? 33 should do me. Just going to drop these here for a second. Pick up those and just shuffle the last ones up a little bit further. And I don't ever remember there being a gap previously, but of course I can't now go back and check. So I don't know if I'm just imagining it or not. Okay, so we're going to have those, and then we're going to have as many bricks as we can carry, and we're just going to do these last couple of walls. You've got an exactly 50 quality map. Very nice. When I was imping something at the Impalong, I was cheekily... I got my journal tick for imp an armor item up to 80 because I was very, very cheekily tinking away at items that like had been gotten just to the threshold, like to 79, and I was like, I can get over, and I did get one at perfectly, even with an alt click over the top, at exactly 80.0000, and I was like, God, that never happens, but it was very satisfying. But I did get my journal goal that way, even though imping something up to 80 would be really, really fucking hard for me. Getting a lucky tick on something which is already really fucking close. Doable. So I kind of half cheated my way to that goal. Thank you. Hi, Futurism. How you doing? You love it when you're imping and all the same tools are being used. Well, back when you had to, before tool belts worked the way they now do, in fact, when I was imping a large number of the same item, I would sit there manually dropping them up so that I can select whole sections to do with one tool at a time. So part of my imping routine for imping vast quantities of the same item used to be, and I found it quite therapeutic actually, just as I imp things, then reordering them back into the stack. Because whilst you can sort it by imping thing, like you don't get to control which tool is going to be next in the stack, whereas I would be like stacking up, having whichever, like if I had 20 items to do with a mallet, but only 2 items to do with a file, for example, I'd be doing my own manual stack so that then I could do like my full action queue selection at a time. And it was quite a therapeutic little kind of like juggling of item things. And I don't get to do that anymore because now we have tool belts that make it not necessary. But okay, so Nirav, yeah, I agree. I don't think there was light coming through before, and there is now a sliver of light, and it's a lot better than it was 2 weeks ago before they patched it, where there was a really big fucking gap, but there is still a gap. So that Nirav agrees. Nirav agrees with me. We think tall walls are still slightly less tall than they used to be. There's not much in it, but there's a little bit. And I will test to see. Yeah, because look at this. You can also see the edge of the floor tile on those crenellations, right? And a tall wall was definitely tall enough before that you didn't see the edge of the floor. I mean, I've only got marble ones here to test with. It was tall walls specifically that felt broken before. And it seemed to be a problem with all tall walls, but I'll go and show you in a minute. So the fact that I can see I think that's the difference. I think they sat... I feel like either they sat kind of level with the floor before. I don't know if it's that they've been stretched or truncated or whatever, but I'll go and show you in that building as soon as I finish this wall. There is still a gap, which might be plugged by putting a ceiling there, but I'm sure there was not a gap previously before they were resized back. So just do the last few bricks on this one. I know I still have the fences to go here, but that'll be all of the walls. I forget that my tool belt is an extra container a lot, Tan, when I've lost a tool. I'm like, where the fuck is it? And I'm going through all of my category, like my little sorting categories, and I've got like a satchel within my tools category where the small tools go, but inevitably when I lose a tool, it's because it's in my tool belt and I have forgotten. Right, let's go and have a look at this, and I'll show you what I mean about those tool walls. So it has been largely fixed in as much as now, if I put a parapet on a tool wall, I am getting that double crenellation, which I so like. Whereas when I tested it before they went and fixed, did a bit of a fix, you were seeing a gap between the crenellation and the parapet. You're now not, but if you view, there you go, there's a tool wall from a few tiles back. You can see there is a hairline gap where I can see the outside. So the tool wall is not sitting as tall as it used to. The top of this used to be at least up to the bottom of the floorboard. I think it might have been a bit higher because I don't remember ever seeing from the side, looking from the outside in, I don't ever remember seeing the side of a floor where you had tool walls next to it, but I couldn't swear to that. But this gap, I'm sure this gap wasn't there before, and you don't see it if you're up close enough. And I think a ceiling might come just low enough that it would fix it. In fact, I could test it, but it feels like tool walls are still a little bit shorter than they were. Rare iron lump. Yes, you'd have got that the same time you got the map Tantail. Yeah. Nirav's just posted a picture of the observation tower in the Discord, so we can see what it looks like on the observation tower as well. Okay, so that's not on tool walls, Nirav, that's just on building walls. So it was fences that were behaving weirdly in buildings, but you're saying that actual building walls seem to be slightly off. I can see what you mean, like that is strange. And I don't think I've ever seen that on a building. But I haven't looked at them like that. But I was specifically talking about fences used in buildings where we still got this gap here. Yeah, I can see like you've got the coloured light coming through the seams between floors on a building. That is odd. I wonder if that was something introduced with some of the fixes around getting things to not clip through ceilings. Tell you what, I'm going to go and grab some planks, and I just want to see if, because I don't know if this is something that's going to get patched again, or at least if it's going to get patched again anytime soon. I just want to see if a ceiling will plug that gap for me or not. It might not. I might just have to not look at my crenellations from too far away for a while. But, you know, for the sake of argument, let's just test. Let's just see if that will close the gap for now. So for that, I'm going to need 9 planks. I'm doing oak wood ceilings in there. So have I got an oak wood plank left? No. I'm going to make one. Logs. And I'm going to need a couple of small nails. Then the sun should be coming up. So that might be a nice opportunity to just whip back to release and have a look at the little streamer camp, glamp camp set up to plug that one again for anybody who wasn't here for the big bit at the beginning where I talked about what we're doing over at the Rockcliff Museum ahead of the gala. So let's just move that somewhere I can actually see it. I want just one plank off that. Just one plank, she says, and then just the whole load. Right, that can go in there, that can go. Just going to go and build a ceiling. See if that's the difference on the tall walls. not taking the fast route down and bruising myself. Notice notice how good I'm being, what restraint I'm showing. Because I do just like to yeet myself off buildings for a fast way down. Yeah, and look, you can see the bottom of the parapet there. Like, that's the same gap, right? Where I've got a parapet built up there, but the bottom of the parapet is actually, like, I want to say like an inch or two higher than the lowest part of the tall stone wall. So what I'm going to do is drop my oak wood plank before I forget to do that. And we're going to plan a ceiling here. Just knock that one up real quick. She says. You think it's a new feature to prevent damp? Better ventilation for our buildings. Well, does that really hold water given we don't yet have glass? Also, yes, please, glass. Oh my god, I want glass. Avoiding the temptation to pick it up till it's done all the rest. Right, I'm going to finish it in oak. So, well, it's not going to cover it, is it? Because actually you can already see the full height of the ceiling. There is a little bit of a gap, but I don't know that we're going to see light through it. It covers some of it anyway. But you can still see the angled bit of the wall. And if I go far enough back, can I see light through it? No, not really. I mean, to test it like Nirav's ones, I'd need to put a torch lamp right up against it and then see if from the outside I could see light bleeding through. But at least the ceiling does seem to plug the quite obvious gap that we were seeing, I think. We're not that far off sunrise. Sunrise starts at about 4:30, so look, we're about to get the colour changing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and stand at the top of Cair Paravel, which is a really nice view for a sunrise. Whoop, she says, going up instead of down. I might just come and peek and see if once the sun's up and we've got brighter sky outside, whether we can see any light filtering through that gap or if the ceiling has effectively plugged it. Then I'm going to go over to release and we're going to talk about creating a permanent camp exhibit at the gala. And then if I have procrastinated enough, maybe I will come back and build the fences there. See if I can, if not finish the building, at least finish that floor and get those parapets, some of those parapets in. So we're back in Cair Paravel Castle, which we built on stream last year. And if I weave my way all the way up to the top floor, there is a sneaky upper level hidden platform right up on the top. Look at that sky. It's already changing colour. I'm already missing it, guys. Oh my god. There it is. There it is. Look at that sunrise. And I love that from up on the castle here, I can see all the way over to the sea over there. I can see all the way over to the sea over there. I got such far-reaching views. So good. So good. What do we think is a good use for a rare iron lump? Should it not be? Hello, Tharanek. No. No, not if you're going by the spelling in the books. Cair Paravel in the books, because this is a Chronicles of Narnia reference, is spelt A-I-R. Black pants. Black pants! Oh, that's a good... Do you know, I'm always kind of disappointed by the way that the black pants and the black shirt look. And are they one of the ones... There are some clothing items which don't or didn't show the rare gleam even if they're rare. I can't remember if black was one of those or not, although I think Bun's got fancy black pants, which should suggest they do show it. Yeah, it's so Cair Paravel is the sort of the castle where the rulers of Narnia live in C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia series. So it is a literary reference. You think rare makes black look a bit green? It should make it look a bit blue, right? But the rarity sheen does interact interestingly with some colours and some textures. But yeah, Tuplex is right. There aren't many things that you add an iron lump to, which is what would be needed to make use of its rarity, and that probably is one of them. I use my copper lumps, for example, to try and make green common wool hats, which are the ones you can apply the bird nest skin to, because even though I don't like it as a hat, I don't particularly have any desire to walk around with a bird's nest on my head. You can place the skinned hat down like a bird's nest and use it decoratively, and I've done that at Brambleheim, and since we're about to go there, I'll show you. So if you got some of those skins and we're not quite sure what to do with them, use them as deco. It's nice to be able to have little bird's nests to just like leave places, particularly if you tuck them in something so you can't see the rest of the hat. You can do what Myra says, you can imp it, and there is a chance for the last thing to transfer rarity. However, if you can, where you've got rare items like that, if you can find something to use the whole item on, your chance of raring something with that is often better. Because the chance to transfer rarity is the same. Is it the same chance to have got it in the first place? So there's like, I don't know, is it that bad? Is it like a 1 in 100 chance? Whereas the chance to make a rare item when you use a rare component is 1 divided by the total number of items used in the creation. So if you've got something that, for example, is a 9-part item, using a rare material gives you a 1 in 9 chance to transfer that rarity, which is much, much better than the chances of imping something rare plus with a rare material. So if you can find an item where the whole rare is a component, that is usually going to be your much better bet. The exception, I guess, is going to be, I don't know for sure with transferring rarity if it is the same as the chance to have gotten it in the first place. But for example, say the chance to transfer its rarity is 1 in 100 again, which doesn't really make much sense. Then for something like ships, theoretically imping with a rare item would be a better chance than creating with a rare item. But I don't actually know. I don't know, and I don't know if we know for sure the numbers on that. I don't know if one of the code divers managed to dig that out, or if that's just based on theory. I just know that like imping stuff rare with a rare item, you're very like it can be an exercise in frustration. I don't think I have ever transferred rarity. Like I still do it for things that I can't use for anything else. Like if I've got stone shards, you might as well try imping something rare with them. If you've got rare marble shards, use them to make a chessboard or a checkerboard instead, because you can use the whole item. But like sandstone shards, for example, rare sandstone shards, there is literally nothing to do with them except sack them or attempt to imp something rare with them. Yeah, you've never made a ship rare by adding items to it, and that makes sense because ships have so many items. You know, it's still a 1 in hundreds chance. Whereas a lot of my rare furnishings that I have made rather than bought have been me taking a chance on. And in fact, I've got I've made 3 rare chessboards, which has been phenomenally lucky because chessboards are not a small amount of materials, but I have just been phenomenally lucky with some rare marble shards, adding them as a component part for chests. There we go. Sun's up. 1716 components in the, is that the caravel that you're building? Yeah. Right, I'm going to go and just peek through that wall, see if we can see any light filtering through where I built the ceiling. Then we're going to hop over to release. I'll show you the bird's nest hat, among other things, since we're there, because release Brambleheim being my main home is where almost all of my fancy deco stuff is. How did I even get up here? Oh, I went. That's how. I know how to get about in my own castle. Did that fall down off the ceiling? Or was that a spare? I think that was a spare. I did have some chandeliers fall down though, very frustratingly. I think it was the ones. These ones. This fell down at some point, but it let me put it back up on the ceiling without building more scaffolding. I think I did it from just up. Hang on. I think I did it from just up there. Just about let me reach. Ooh, I forgot I had an estuary corpse in here. How decayed is she now? Well, now's a good time to take her back to Brambleheim. Now, next question. Did I ride my horse up here? Or did I wander up? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, my Doon. It's not often I make rare mats, in fairness, but then I don't make many bulks. And if you make your own bulks, particularly if you're doing it with a lot of alts and you're making a lot of bulks, you have a much better chance of... tell you what, let's have him come with me. You have a much better chance of getting rare mats that you can then use on things. Waddle, waddle, waddle. So, let's not try and lead you up ladders. So we just want to go up here. Okay, so standing back, I'm still not seeing any light filtering through there. I think the ceiling has effectively plugged the gap. But that does still make me think that, like, the fact that there was a gap there at all. I feel like before tall stone walls, the wooden bit here came up to about the bottom of the floor. I don't think you got this bit butting through, but I wouldn't swear to it. But it feels like it is still shorter than it was before. And I could go digging through like old stream footage if I really cared to find out, because there are buildings around Thorspring, for example, when Calvert and I were playing with our elevator, which they've now bug fixed, so we can't play with our elevator anymore. That is a building that has tall stone walls built part way up. So I might be able to go back and look at a stream like that and see if there was any signs, or at least get a more definitive answer on where the wooden edging of a tall stone wall came. It's not something that I can do right now, obviously, but I might have a way to go find out that way. I don't think I've really got any screenies that would tell me that. But the bonus of having been streaming for a while and doing quite a lot of looking at buildings on streams is I might be able to find an answer to that question in old stream footage of where tall walls actually used to come to. So I'm just going to log my faux priest on back at Brambleheim to save some karma while I can, so she can summon me. The elevator is gone. Yes, I'm so sad, Two-Flex. They fixed that bug. It would have been a super way down. I had sort of like grand plans as a way to make a secret entrance to an otherwise inaccessible basement base. But I always knew that it was going to be risky, so even when I was making those particular building plans, I had built in a contingency on the assumption that at some point they would bug fix it. But yeah, I'm sad. I really enjoyed the elevator bug, but I appreciate that it was a bug. It wasn't working as intended, but it was so cool. Right, we're going to hop back to Release, which is my home server, whereas Exodus is my second home server, because, you know, I'm that kind of middle-class wormian that has a second home. And we're going to log Estuary in so she can do me a summon. Let's just get her in. Yeah. They were tall. I feel like they were like 1 1/3 of a wall height previously. And I wonder if... I don't have any examples on Cair Paravel. I don't know if I've got any here on Brambleheim. But if I summon myself over, we could have a look and see if see where the fence type falls. If I have got some here, I'm sure I have. I think I don't know if I've also got them built into buildings here, because this was before I started getting really a bit more experimental with my building plans. But I'm just going to summon myself over. And we can at least go and see where a tall wall that isn't on a building sits next to a building. Yeah, so Tan, unfortunately, even though they take the whole lump, you are creating something from it. You're not adding it as a component, so you don't get that 1 in however many. And also, that importantly, outside of archaeology items, which are the exception, where a 2-part item can transfer rarity. So if you have a rare head from archaeology and you add it to a shaft, it will transfer. For other items, like, for example, I think paper masks one of them? For books, for example, you make a book, which is not an archaeology item, out of a string of cloth and a piece of paper. And for 2-part items, even if you have a rare piece of paper, the rarity doesn't transfer. Outside of those archaeology items where you have a tool head or a weapon head, the using one component to transfer rarity only applies for items that are 3 items or more to complete. You can't get 50% on anything other than like rare weapon heads and rare tool heads. And stuff like they implemented for archaeology. So, summoning myself. Ding, ding, ding. Right, there we go. There's my home deed, Bramblehome. Just loading in. Let's go and drop Estuary's corpse behind my secret wall where corpses live. I was talking about the bird's nest. There you go. Bird's nest tucked into a wreath. Doesn't look like a hat unless you look at it from this angle, and then you can just sort of see that it's there. But so that's quite a nice thing to do. If you've got rare copper lumps and you don't know what to do with them, you could try for a green, is it a green common? Green common wool hat. That is something you can use to try and transfer the rarity for a copper lump. And then if you're hanging on to any skins of these, or if you manage to pick them up in any of the sales where they come back into the shops, you can then make a nice little bird's nest item that you do not have to wear on your head. You can just use it decoratively. Hi, Fairy, how you doing? You have an old-style fishing rod that's rare. I don't think rarity does transfer on those, no. I think because you're essentially creating a new item from the old one, you're not adding the fishing pole as a component. You are creating a new item, and I don't think rarity transfers. I don't even know if there's a chance for it to transfer. But I think in that case, you're better keeping it as a rare pole and making a new fishing rod. Right, we've got tall walls here. But see, these aren't as tall as I remember them being. I mean, that looks the same height as it would be in a building. I don't know if it's because these are now shorter, but I feel like tall stone walls used to be taller than this outside of buildings as well. So I think that they are the same now, whether they are on a building or whether they are being used in fence mode. It just feels like these are shorter than they were before. I don't know, I'm second guessing myself. I mean, they are, in as much as, like, I'm sure there wasn't that. I'm sure there wasn't that gap when you put them into buildings anymore. But I feel like they used to come up to about here. So anyway, yeah, so this is Bramblehome. My home deed. Giant chooks, if you've never seen them, best thing in the game. He's so big! He's unfortunately not as big as he could ever get, because venerable creatures are actually smaller than aged creatures, but you know what? It would take a lot of runes to make him ever so slightly bigger for a short time. He is still pretty awesome. And he's got a lady friend around here who is currently sitting down, which makes her look shorter than she is. When she stands up, there you go. That is a champ chicken. If you've never seen one, they are very, very hard to come by because they are one of the only creatures that you can't breed, that you can make a pet of. You can lead them, but you can't breed them. You can breed pheasants, but not chooks, which is why there's so few champ chooks in the game. I cannot create them for other people. I spent ages camping on Sampos for mine. But yes, minor segue. Let's grab a horse, because the camp is not far outside of Deed, but it'll still be a little bit easier if I do, which is going to mean I have to turn my UI back on. Right. So, for anybody who wasn't here at the start of... Wait, someone offered 70 silver for a champion pheasant. That is a lot. Yeah, that is a lot. Is that because they thought they would then be able to breed them and make money off them? Because that's what people tend to pay a lot of money for like special animals for, if they think they can then, you know, further breed them. But you can't. Like, champ pigs. Yeah, champ pigs would be quite cool. Then they might be more like normal pig size, like proper sow sized. Oh! Hello, Willow. Look! Eshery's magnificent! Now that certainly put my chickens to shame. I turned around and, like, because I was only looking at the tail, I was like, it looked like a purple sea monster. I could just see this, like, this gigantic purple snake wound around everything. Right? So lovely. A wild cutie dragon. Oh, look, I love that it's wrapped around the tree as well. Like, how nice is that? How good is that? That placement. That deserves a screeny. If I wait long enough, there we go, she turns her head. Unfortunately, her head was slightly off screen, but that is very, very cool. It's also actually quite nice to see them against, like, in such close quarters to a building, and to, like, an oak tree, for example. Like, this is an enchanted oak tree. I don't know that they can just add coloured.
Magnificent.
Oh, look at that though. So good. Thank you, Willow. That was cute. I like that. I love the tail wrapped around the tree. That is especially nice. But I wonder if she'll still be a dragon when we come back. We're going to go just slightly... We're on Deed still, but because Brambleheim is as big as it is for Deed ratio purposes, it means there's a lot of Brambleheim that is technically Deed but isn't built on. But just, it's a shame in a way that it's snowy right now, because it's less easy to see the space. But what we've got is we've got a 3x3 space, which has actually got fences all around the back. I only bothered to build one to see where it clipped through tents. But we've got a 3x3 space where we're going to build a streamer camp at the Rockcliff Museum. It is in a corner like this, in a really nice prominent place. It's in a lovely position. So we're going to set up, Ruffalo and I are going to set up a glamp camp similar to the ones that we do on stream, like this with the tents, but we've got a bit of room and a bit more time to actually do some extra bells and whistles. And I would like very much to have some extra stalls around the campfire to represent other streamers as well. So I'm going to ask some other streamers of my acquaintance if they would also like to create a stall, because thankfully stalls are one of the few chairs that show signatures. Most chairs don't, including all the fancy chairs as far as I can tell. Chaise longues don't, the nice fine high chairs don't. The bog standard chair, which is just a wooden chair without arms, that does show signatures, and so do stalls, but most others don't. So this is just like, it doesn't have to look exactly like this, but this is just a little bit of a sort of a mock-up for the kind of thing we can do with the space. That's without even adding anything over here. We're going to stick a fir tree in the back just for a little bit of, you know, visual elevation. But this is what I was talking about. These banners are attached to the fence behind, and I hadn't realised because I hadn't tried before. Oh, I'm fighting a goblin. But it makes sense because you can attach lights to fences that, of course, you can therefore attach other things that you can attach to walls to them too, like paintings and banners and stuff like that, which means we can effectively hide the fence clipping through the back of that tent. This is what I mean. Look at that. That delay, like a second between the dying sound and them actually dying, where they just freeze for a minute before they drop. I think, unfortunately, I took the. I tried sticking a sheep painting on there, and you absolutely can, but I've taken it back down. But so banners, like if I were placing a banner down, because a banner sits quite a way up off the floor, it's weird that it's letting me place it flat on the rug. The carpet isn't there we go. I think it's just a visual glitch. It would be too high to cover the fence, but because you can place it actually on the fence like a wall, you're somewhat limited, like where the tent's clipping through. But this bit of iron railing is a valid surface, which means that potentially there's much more interesting things than lamps you can put on your fences, and you don't only have to put them on the fence posts. So it's a way of effectively covering that back bit of the fence that's going to clip through the tent. And I can put them low enough that they only just clip through here, so I'm not getting loads of ugly bits clipping through the back. I did play around with trellises, but trellises stick out much too far from tents. Yeah, the delay's weird, right, Bun? Yeah. For some weird reason, you weren't able to attach a hanging lamp to a log wall earlier. You still can't add them to T-arches anyway, can you? But I have noticed that lamp placement on fence posts is sometimes unpredictable as well. Like I was able to do like footlights on some of my fences, and I cannot recreate it on others, and I couldn't even tell you what the difference is. But I know that sometimes placement is a bit finicky, but it would let me do that here. So I can effectively make a nice little kind of like backdrop. And I thought we should go like full glam camp, which is why, even though these don't hold signatures, I think it would be quite nice to get like a chaise longue in one of the tents, maybe a lounge chair in one of the others. So we're going to decorate a bit of a camp like this. And there's a variety of items we can use. The one slight risk with this is we need to have a campfire in our setup. Thankfully, because it's on deed, we can make a campfire that is permanent so long as nobody lights it. But there doesn't seem to be a deed permission that prevents people from lighting campfires on your deed, so we just have to hope that nobody with kindling decides to go by and be destructive, because otherwise we're just going to have to rebuild the campfire every so often. I did go testing with perms and things, and there doesn't seem to be anything that prevents it. There's effectively no ownership on campfires, and there's no deed permission that allows people to not light things on your deed. And for most sources of light, that's not a problem, except for the campfire, which when it runs out of fuel, it disappears. I wish there was like a permanent version of a campfire that used more resources or something, so you could make a permanent campfire. It would be really nice to have on deed a campfire that actually did light at night in the same way that your lamps do. But alas, there is not. So we can put a campfire there that's permanent, but there is a very small possibility that it could get griefed. But the worst that happens then is we have to rebuild it. So long story short, Nira has invited us to make a permanent display of a kind of a stream glamp camp to kind of represent, that kind of the streaming angle of Worm, and anybody who watches my streams, anybody in the coterie, anybody who watches any of Bun and Ruffles B streams, anybody who watches any of Calvert's, you are warmly invited to create an item that we can use to decorate this glamp camp that will show your signature. If you would like to do so, there is a special channel set up in Discord with a list of signaturable items that would be appropriate for this. I'll pop a link in again because I see we've lost our because I see that we've lost our thing. There you go. There's the link there. But if you're already in the Coterie Discord channel, you're just looking for the camp planning donations text channel in there, so you can go and react to one item only, please, in the list if you are willing to make it. Imp it as high as you're able to. If it's a dyeable item, you are very welcome to dye it in whatever colour best represents you. If it's a wooden item or a metal item, feel free to go mad, choose whatever material you like best to make it with. You can put whatever identity stamps on it that you're able to. And if you're not able to imp it up to sort of 70, we'll try and imp it up before we place it, but at least to 60 so that the signature shows fully. And all of the information is at the scroll up to the top of that channel, please, because at the top I've got the kind of the essentials first, the things that are kind of like the higher priority to try and accrue to make this camp with. There's also some fancier, harder to get items down the bottom if we run out of the easier ones to make, or if people are feeling a little bit spendy, or have got like sitting on a treasure trove of skins that they're not using or anything and want to submit something a little bit fancier. There are some fancier items there as well. There you go. Ruffles just pinned a thing at the top with a bit more information. So oh, I'm being attacked by a scorpion. Oh, there's a sly scorpion stone somewhere around Brambleheim. I've killed so many of these in the past couple of days. Yeah, I guess that would be a way around Galandria. I experimented with a few different ways to try and make a campfire look a little bit more alive without lighting it. I tried, for example, like there's several ways that I can embed candles in it that won't decay. Putting candles on the ground, for anybody that doesn't know, if you light candles on the ground, they will... indeed, they will burn out and disappear. But if you put candles on any kind of furnishing item and light them, then they will stay. So you can actually use the little candle item on things, but you can't generally use them on the ground if you want them to stick around. But there are other ways to get candles in things, and I did try doing that and sort of nestling candles around the campfire, and I can show you what I tried, but it just didn't look quite right to me. It made it look more like a little ritual summoning site than it did a campfire. So what I have settled on is actually just a little bit of sparkle in its absence. I tried nesting a brazier in there, but it sits so high up that no matter what you put on the campfire, it's still very obviously sitting above it, and no amount of like size ruining that down by 10% wouldn't help here. But for the cunning, if you want to get candles on the ground in a campfire, you can try some of the things that I tried. Maybe you will like the effect more that I did. I'll go and show you what I did. I tried putting a wheel chandelier in there. I tried putting a... I just saw the dragon wings flex over the top of Brambleheim. I tried putting a merry wreath in there as well, because those will have candles built into them and you can light them. There you go. You can just sort of like see her flexing in the background. So I can show you what I tried, but ultimately I decided that like I tried a whole bunch of things and they all just looked a bit much. So what I settled on was, let's have this rare chandelier with a very expensive wheel skin attached to it. Tried one of those as well. I tried the placement of placing several festive cogs underneath it, which is what's giving it that sparkle, but actually just one in the middle looked better than having several. I also tried seeing how like these little wreaths would interact with it, and you can get it like you've scattered little gems and things on it. There's probably other ones, like this one sticks up way too much, but this, strictly speaking, has also got candles on it. She's so big. Maybe I should run her out to the camp and have her sit on the camp. But yeah, I can show you some of the things I tried, and this was a way to get like little flames around it, but it looked less like a recreation of a campfire and more frankly like a kind of demonic summoning circle, which is why in the end I pared it back and I was like, maybe it's just gonna have to like have a little bit of a sparkle but be an unlit campfire. But there are things that you can nest into a campfire if you're using it decoratively on Deed to add a little bit more visual interest. I've seen somewhere, I feel like it's at one of the market deeds on Celebration, they've got a really nice little setup where they've set a load of gnomes around a little campfire, which looks quite cute. So if I pop some of these down, you can also change the height of a campfire, but you can't change it massively. So there's other things that you can do to change like the height profile of it, but it doesn't change it a huge amount. So you can see like this is the way to get candles set up in your campfire. They will only light up at night. They won't stay, but they are treated more like lights on your Deed. So they will light up in the evening when other things light up. And I did also play with like nesting nesting Easter wreaths in there, and you can get just sort of like little glimpses of colour through there, but it started looking a little bit ridiculous, so I stopped. But what you put on a campfire affects somewhat its profile. So at the moment, this has got a teapot on, which is why it's showing teapot. But you can have a frying pan on there. A cauldron sits quite high, but still not high enough to hide a brazier. If it has nothing on, then you get that sort of quite high profile, but not enough to actually mask anything that you're hiding in there. So that's a campfire with nothing on it. But basically anything that you can put, any cooking implement that you can put on a campfire, including tea and coffee pots, will change with the item that's being displayed on there, which is a nice thing Ruffle and I discovered on our glamping adventures. My preference is for the teapot because I think that's quite sweet. I don't think I'm carrying anything like a pottery bowl at the moment, but you know, pottery bowls, saucepans. I don't think an open helm does anything to a campfire, even though it is strictly a cooking container. Yeah, it's a skin chandelier. So this is one of the skins that is permanently available in the shop. It is, I think, eye-wateringly expensive, which is why I'm reluctant to get more of them. But yeah, a cauldron will show on a campfire. I tell you what, let's just, for anybody who hasn't seen these before, I'm just going to go and grab a variety of cooking items, and you can see the sort of like the different things. But I really like that a campfire changes its model based on what you've got in it. There is also a priority order to things put on a campfire, and it's not the order in which you drop them in. So some items will, if you've got several things in there, will always take precedent over others. You might have noticed when I opened it up, there was both a teapot and a frying pan in there, and the teapot wins. So this is my fancy bramble kitchen, where everything is no longer accessible from standing just here in the middle, but I don't have to wander far, at least. I don't have to wander far enough to accidentally close containers to do my cooking in here. But so all of these will show, the cake tin will show, the pie dish, although the pie dish is just basically a pottery dish. But let's test an open helm while we're there as well. Baking stone's probably the least interesting one to put on a campfire. She's so good. She's so good. Yes, Willow, I can, and I like it. It's just I keep forgetting that I can do it. So sometimes I remember to go straight to ride. As Willow's saying, this was a recently implemented feature. So if you haven't spotted it yet, you can now essentially skip having to lead before you ride. You can just go straight to ride as long as you have a rope that you could lead it with. And sometimes I remember, but sometimes my muscle memory kicks in and I don't. I just do it without thinking. So I'm going to take these other bits off just to take some of that clutter back out. So campfire with nothing on. And then we have campfire with a baking stone versus campfire with a pie dish, which looks exactly the same as campfire with a pottery bowl. Oh, it doesn't. You know what? Hang on. Did it put the pie dish on a rack? It did. So it actually is slightly different. Pie dish and a pottery dish don't really look any different, like just the models, but they do behave differently on the campfire, which is nice to know. So there you go. What else? Open helm. Holy shit! Oh my god! We just found a way to have our campfire lit. Oh my god. Guys. How cool is that? I know, right? Oh my god. I thought there was no way to do it. Right, we're sticking an open helm in that. And I mean, does a campfire normally have actual flames, or is this as flamey as a campfire gets? Asking for a friend. You know what? Let's check. Let's just find a tree that's mature. Shriveled will do, actually. Normally has flames. I thought it did. Let's have a look at the two side by side. Is that going to be big enough? Yeah, probably. Maybe. So let's create some kindling. Now, my fire making isn't super, so sometimes I do fail at this, and I might have to create another one. Still frustrated that I can't use my solar cinder for this, but whatevs. It's interesting to note, if you didn't know, that when you create a campfire, you'll create it with your feet kind of just on the edge of the fire. So if you're trying to get your campfire placement right, your feet will be just on the, like, it's going to spawn the fire bit of the campfire just about here. I will be standing in it if I make it successfully, which I did not. Wait, which I did not? Did it not just tell me I created a campfire? But also, you can move campfires if you didn't know. Did it? Is it because can you only have one campfire on a tile? Have I just accidentally broken my own campfire? I think I have. I think I've nullified the campfire that was there. Except it's got an open helm on it. Oh my god. Right, so it's still got the open helm in it. I'm going to snuff that. There you go. And now we're back to golden but no flames. But yeah, I only discovered last week that you can also push and pull campfires once made. So even if you don't get the placement perfect, you can still tweak them. But I'm really fucking excited. You can tell that I haven't got it in the middle now because look, that's where my middle point was previously. Let's just shuffle it back. But I am really fucking excited to discover, and I don't know why it works, that an open helm gives you at least some of the lit. It does mean that we can't have the pretty little teapot on the griddle, but having a campfire that kind of looks lit beats that for me. So I did goof, but it's interesting also to note that you can only, I suppose anybody who's ever made like ash campfires would already know this, but I didn't know that you could only have one campfire per tile. So it effectively lit the campfire I already had instead of making another campfire on that tile. Is it only while the helm is warm? No, the helm is not warm. Willow, don't tell me this is a bug that's now going to get fixed. No! This is the only way to make a campfire that looks lit when it's not. The teapot probably wins over the helm, but we'll see. It does. Teapot seems to win over most items in there, and I don't know why they have an order of precedence, but they do. It beats baking stone. It doesn't beat pottery bowl. But it will win again if I take the pottery bowl back out. Open helm seems to be quite low down the thing. Was there anything else? There were other things in here that I didn't actually show you. So, like, you know, a cake tin on there will show a cake tin. A cauldron. If I take the cake tin back out, there you go. That is the highest profile item, but it is still low enough in the middle here that you can't hide a brazier in there. I tried. And you can see it out on the side anyway. It's okay, but it's not a bug, Willow. There's what harm could it possibly cause other than, like, you know, widespread glee at people who like decorating stuff that we can now have campfires that at least look half lit with that very accidental discovery. Pumpkin terror is definitely too high profile. That is, I mean, that is nice, another way to introduce flames to things, but and all of the candles that I had, like, definitely came up too high. But yeah, a pumpkin terror statue would sit above the level of the cauldron. That would be, I think, as high, if not a bit higher than a brazier. Was that all the things? Did we try a saucepan? Like, we've already seen a frying pan. I like that the frying pan at least has a little bit of, like, steak searing in it. It's actually not steak. It looks more like fish, given the colour of it. Could be pork, maybe. I like that the frying pan comes with a little thing in it. That's my second favourite. Roasting dish. I don't know if we did the roasting dish, but there you go. So it puts them on a griddle, and it's a really nice way to just change the look of campfires. And if you've never played with campfires, you wouldn't know. It is not true of putting, like, other things in there, though. Like, as you can see, popping a wreath in there. It's only items that you would be able to cook in that are kind of like valid cooking items. And so if I drop something like a measuring jug in there, that is not actually a valid container to cook things in. The measuring jug shouldn't have a visual model, but I'm just going to find one to check my logic. Yeah, there you go, it just sits in there. But anything that you can theoretically cook in, and the open helm is the weird exception, right? Because you can cook in an open helm, it is technically a cooking container, but it's the only one that doesn't have a model, and yet look at that. That's so good. Please don't patch it. Yeah, open helm wins. Open helm wins. That was... I didn't expect it to show. I thought the open helm would just sit in it, and I am gobsmacked, but very pleased that it has the effect that it has, and I don't know why it does, but it's nice that it does. So yeah, so all of this, what all of this was coming back to was, even if you've got an item in the museum already with your signature on it, if you are a Worm stream watcher and you would like to contribute something to this permanent display as a bit of an homage to Worm streams in the Rockcliff Museum, go and find an item on that list, stick a thumbs up on it, and then go and make it, imp it as far as you can, dye it if it's dyeable if you want to, and send it to me by, I did put a deadline on there right at the top, try and send it to me by the 24th of August. That gives us just a few days before we stream on the 29th to imp up any last bits that we need to collate them. If it's too heavy to post, or if you don't want to, I can also arrange with you for you to meet one of my priests at any portal. You can give it to them and I can collect them up off my priests. And I will try and herd up some streamers of my acquaintance to try and get some more stalls around this campfire to represent more streamers than just Ruffle and Bun and Calvert and I, including some of you. I know some of the people in the coterie are also streamers, so I'll come and pop you a message. Marble frags look like a roll of toilet paper. They do, yeah. They do. They've got that little like scroll. They look like the top of a column, like a, oh my god, what is it? Is it Ionic or Doric? I never remember which one's the scroll. Is it Ionic? Is Doric the flat one? Yeah, it looks like the top of a column, that little bit of a scroll. So we're going to make a little bit of a camp bit. Ruffle and I are going to create new tents so that we still have our glamp camp tents that we use for stream, and we're just going to do a nice little kind of display and see how many stream watchers we can also get represented here in some fashion. So that was my discoveries. Tam tells me that if you make sleeping rolls, they also do show signatures. We tend to use them as pillows in our camp setups. But also, there's a few items on the kind of the extension list of the would be nice to have, but, by no means needed, that are Christmas items. If you recreate those from archaeology frags, or even if you were gifted them at Christmas, they will generally have your signature on. The same is not true of Easter items. Unfortunately, the Easter items almost always have the Easter Bunny signature on, but Christmas items tend to have the signature of the player who received them from Santa. But also, many of the Christmas items are also creatable from things like archaeology frags, so it is quite possible to have those. I just did it again, look at that. I led it to ride instead of just going straight to ride. So we're going to make something a little bit like this. We've got a little bit more space to expand out to if we need to. And I will go and create that display on the 29th of August, and then we have the gala itself on the 12th and 13th of September. So then we can go and see it properly, because there have been some changes since last year, and Niraf has been working very, very hard with some help. And do you know what? She still looks so bitchin' wrapped around that tree. I kind of don't want to move her. She's so good. So good. Some of the items on my list are Halloween, but again, Halloween items, if you create them from archaeology frags, will have your signature on. If you have gained them from mobs, they will have the mob's signature on. So you can't use found Halloween items but I think the Halloween items I've put on there are ones that are creatable by frags, which is a pumpkin lantern. I was looking for as many ways to introduce other light sources without actually putting lamps, like standing lamps, down, because I wanted it to be stuff that you might perceivably have in your camp, i.e. not permanent lampposts. So I've got a few light sources there, like the pumpkin lantern, which are portable light sources, which is why it's on there, and the scarecrow to have something to put in the field next to it. But these are all creatable with archaeology frags, and that is how you might be able to get one of those with a signature on it, if you have some spare. So let me go, and I've left my open helm behind now that we know that that does the fantastic stuff it does. But I'm going to just drop these back in the kitchen before I do what I did last time and end up running around with a shitload of frying pans in my inventory for days. Because I picked up a stack of like 22 of them and failed to notice until it was too late. The dragon statue from the cake is a light source. Isn't it also pretty large, though? I haven't actually finished any of my cakes yet, so I haven't seen one firsthand. Oh, Bun, I've just got the context of your comment. Fix walls, Willow. Open helms don't need fixing. Open helms are perfect just as they are. Let's drop all of these back in there. And that one. And that one. And whoop, that one. I'll go and dump these somewhere, like the rest of these back down. By the way, since we're at Brambleheim, go on, let's do a proper little super mini quick tour. If you have never seen food items because they decay so fast when you put them on the ground and you have LMCs, make yourself some nice food displays, particularly if you have rare foods, if you hang on to those for ingredients and things. In particular, I love the fish models. The fish models are my favourites because they're so detailed and we just never get to see them. Look at them, they're lovely. They're so good. So nice. But this is where all of my rare foods go. This is my rare food displays all the way up the middle of my dining table at Brambleheim, which again nobody ever gets to see because I keep I keep thinking I'm going to hold a dinner party here someday, and do I? Maybe one day I will. Give her a big old dragony kiss. Oh, I could have played with animations and I didn't. We still could do that. For anybody that hasn't been watching patch notes recently, they finally put those extra animations into the game, and some of them are great and some of them are creepy as fuck. If I go and put this, that's all that's left of Eshri. Like, her little hood. It's like when I get turned into an octopus, and I'm just like, you just see like the top of my little octopus head in the floor. So, for example, see we've still got the blood splash when you zoom out into third person. It's weird, I don't know why that happens. Like, the tickle animation is as creepy as anything, which, you know, frankly, tickles are creepy. But look at this. It's a proper Sims tickle. Like, or maybe it's like an Uncle Fester tickle, like, don't you think? So weird. The dance and the frolic is a little bit weird, but basically we now have a bunch of new animations, not just for emotes, but also for certain actions that you can do in the game that previously didn't have animations. So if you haven't played with those, maybe go and have a see. Some of them had animations previously, but only a few, really, and now there are all sorts. You've sent me an Hibrick. Thank you, Bunlos. We just catch up on chat. Oh no! Yes, as Ruffle says, I do mean everybody, anybody and everybody who wants to. Please do send stuff. I think that we will struggle to get all of the items on that list, but it's a defleeticle. But if we start running out of items, we can always find extra things to supplement a camp like that. I just wanted to get sort of like the basics that we need to make a camp, and then some items that were suitably portable and appropriate that we could further decorate a camp with than Ruffle and I usually get time to on stream. Yes, fun new emotes and animations in the game for you to play with. Speaking of Narnia references, that right there, that's my wardrobe door to Narnia, to my secret passage back behind this building. Now let's drop those Easter wreaths. Let's stick the Merry Wreath back up there. Got all my placement buggered up now. That'll do. I can go back up there for now, which is obviously not where it actually lives, but I haven't actually figured out what I'm doing with my fancy, very expensive from the silver shop rare wheel chandelier yet, so I can just go back up there for now. But interestingly, I tested this out when I was playing with campfire stuff. Although, generally speaking, you have to secure lamps to light them, the same doesn't seem to be true of this. I put it on the ground where you can't secure it, and I lit it, and it lit up again at night. Just saying. What did we get excited about? Yes. The adding an open helm unexpectedly makes it look flamey. I'll run back out and show you afterwards before I port back. We're gonna get some of these bells because Ruffle usually has bells on her. Incidentally, the bells, if you didn't know, it's a single bell if you put it on the table. It's a double bell if you put it on the wall. All kinds of things I discover, and bookshelves fit beautifully into timber T-arches. If you haven't tried that, this is my archaeology den, and it's essentially hiding a whole corridor behind here where all of the ugly LSUs live, where I don't have to look at them. And I still haven't. There's Calvert's Heart, Willow. If you remember plucking that out for him on stream, that's where it now lives. It's mine. I've got it. So I can torture it, treat it like a voodoo doll, you know, whatever. I still haven't finished my hot tub, but I am going to. One day I'm going to. This is going to be the best hot tub you ever saw in Worm, because look, it's actually got little bubbles. But it just needs like another 40 or 50 so that it's convincingly complete, whereas at the moment, if I get too close, you'll see there are gaps, which makes me sad. Here, instantly, I've nested a bird nest into a bonsai, which fits beautifully, I thought. I mean, it's kind of a small tree for birds to nest in, but whatever, it was cute. But this, my pride and joy, the subject of about 60 speed runs of the Puzzle Labyrinth, and I've got at least another 40 to go before it's complete, and then it's going to be amazing. But if you've never seen this, you're missing a treat, because I can also sit in my hot tub, and how good is that? I've even got steam coming off it. Oh my god, I'm a genius, even if I do say so myself. If you've never seen that fairy, you probably haven't. I've shown it off on stream a couple of times, but I'm not often streaming over at Brambleheim these days, so it is a bit of a rarity. But I have built 2 hot tubs that I'm really fucking proud of. One of them over at Thorspring, one of them here, and they are very, very different. But, you know, it just goes to show there's multiple ways to... Wait, what's that phrase? I want to say multiple ways to cook a chicken, and that's not it at all. Oh my god, what's that idiom? Fry a fish? Multiple ways to shoot a duck in a barrel? I don't know. But there's multiple ways to go about trying to achieve that stuff. So, that is a very, very brief peek into some bits of Brambleheim. As we're going to go back to the campfire, let's just demonstrate that you can also stick pictures, oil paintings on fences. Yes, oh my god, you're still magnificent. I love you. Thank you, Willow. Where did I leave that horse of mine? Did I leave it in the dragon? There it is. So Tan, this is what we got very, very excited about a minute ago. I'll show you the open helm is the difference between the campfire almost convincingly looking lit and not. Yes, they are Puzzle King crystal balls, Nirav. You can only get one of them per character, so part of what has allowed me to do this is partly that I know that labyrinth, or at least I know the best route through that labyrinth like the back of my hand, so I am good at speedrunning it, but also I have so many alts for caring for creatures for the Brambleheim Wildlife Park. I'm probably one of the few people who has enough alts to actually create that and pull it off. I have a lot. And I've had to do it basically once on a whole bunch of different alts for each one of those. I can't get more on Crim. Tan, this is what happens when you put an open helm in a campfire. We accidentally discovered. I didn't expect us to do anything, but as long as nobody patches it, it kind of gets us part way to a lit campfire, and it also might dissuade people from attempting to light it with kindling, not realizing that a lit campfire will turn into a pile of ash, which is what I really don't want them to do with that display, because there is no deed perm to prevent people from lighting campfires or any other fire sources on a deed. So it's not something we can stop people from doing. If I just move one of these banners, in fact, if I move all of these banners, you can then see how you can also, look at that, look at that. You can put them on fence posts, including on these side ones. It is a little bit finicky about how high up you can put it, but we could effectively have a nice little, a picture on the wall in a tent. How good is that? How good is that? Yeah, I know. I said that as well, Fairy. Like, please don't fix it. It's not hurting anyone. It's just, it's so nice to be able to actually have a campfire. It doesn't have the flames, but I don't care. It's still much better than a cold campfire. So yeah, we could also theoretically, if we can source one of these, or frankly any of the other oil paintings, it's just this is a very Ruffle one. We could stick one of those in Ruffle's tent, because Ruffle's tent over at Rockcliff Museum will also be backed onto a fence. Basically, this back border is all fences there, and we can put stuff on them, and that's exciting. Oh yes, go do that. Go do that thing. Wait, did I take the... I did take it back down. Let's just leave the banners behind. I can put those up again later. And I'm not wedded to this layout particularly. I wanted to make sure that we had enough room to fit extra stools around the campfire and see kind of how much space we had to decorate and what kinds of things we could do in tents. Like when you actually had a bit more time and scope to decorate inside those tents. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the Explorer tent is actually taller than the skinned tent. I thought this was uniformly bigger, but it's not. It's shorter and wider. And if you've never noticed, if you've never looked at tents particularly closely, I like that they've got these carved poles at the top, and they are different. The skinned tent has got the black dragon head. I think it's the black dragon that we said has got those horns, because that's the same one that the helm skin is modelled on. But unlike most dragon statues in this one actually looks a little bit different than the actual dragon statue, but it's got the black dragon horns. Whereas the normal Explorer tent has this kind of, not a dragon. I don't know what it is, but like something with like the rope in its mouth. And I like that. It's a small detail you might not have noticed if you've never looked at tents up close before, but I think it's cute. Does the pumpkin lantern that goes on carts stay lit when you put them on? Yes. I don't know if it stays lit during the day or if it lights up at night, but if it's... will it stay lit? I don't know. They might run out of fuel, actually. It might be something like... Because I think this lantern down here, I don't know if this auto lights at night or not. And it's daytime. It's going to be daytime for a while now, so I won't be able to check whether my held lanterns auto light. But certainly candles put on the ground will burn themselves out, whereas candles put on surfaces, if they're on deed, will remain candles. So it might be that we're actually not adding that many extra light sources, but because it's daytime, I can't tell. We needed to be here at night, really, to see how many of these light sources relit themselves. The brazier certainly will. Yeah, the pumpkin lantern is a light source, that little lantern on the ground, obviously a light source. The candelabra will light itself. I just saw the shadow of that dragon move, and I'm not going to lie, it just made my heart go... So let's just stick this back up on a wall so I don't go walking around with an oil painting for forever. Get back there for now. Look at us just peering through the window. Like, how vaguely, like, horrifying is that? That's good. They're just being watched. I love it. Love it. And I'm not here so much these days, but if anybody is over on release and you've never been to Bramblehome, please do come by. We're on the highway, and this bit up here, this is my deed. This is my home deed. This is not the bit that I suggest you visit, but actually 3/4, maybe now 4/5 of Bramblehome, everything south of the upper bit, which is my deed, is a wildlife park that stretches all the way up to that end, filled with GM named creatures, all of them different. So I can't remember how many I said I thought we were up to. It's somewhere between 400 and 500, all cared for, all in like little biome setups. So if you find that kind of thing fun, or if you just kind of like wildlife parks, I don't know why all of my pigs are currently clustering, but there are more GM named spawns than you ever did see. Every one of them lovingly brought home and cared for. This used to be a church, and I converted it into a cat chateau. So this is where all the little cats live. But I'm not doing a proper tour of that right now. But it's a long fucking deed. It goes all the way up here. It goes down the other side. If you like frightening yourself senseless, like Calvert, there is a crocodile swamp that you can go on rickety rope bridges above the top of and look down at. Oh look, more sky scorpions. Do you think they're attracted to the Hota statue? 2 of them up here, in fact. We've got like cave bug biomes up there. There's more. There's bears all the way up the top of there. We've got a hell house full of hellhounds, lions and things over here. It's huge. So if you're over, I'm on the east coast of release, on the eastern peninsula. Bramblehome is just here. Not close to the start town, I'm afraid, but a really easy sail. And there is a canal that you can sail through just here, or another one just up there. If you want to come visit Bramblehome, it's quite visible from the water. You just want to be on the west side of the eastern peninsula. And Bramblehome, all the buildings are quite well labelled. We've got like unicorns and things up here in all kinds of magical colours, and a croc swamp that you can like go through go down along like the sunken pathways, or you can go up and along the rickety bridges and view them from above. And somewhere here, there you go. There's a Crimson Earth in there, and there's an Estuary escort. God, they're everywhere, those bloody scorpions. But as you can see, sometimes the wildlife gets loose. They're not mine, I promise. But basically all of the wildlife park is signposted with these kind of gateway entrances along the front. Got our tortoises, now crabs. So if you're over this way, or if you fancy like a little day trip to a wildlife park or something, come see Bramblehome sometime. I haven't had a chance to show it off in quite a while on stream, but I have done a couple of streams way back in the mists of time. I did the conversion, the cat chateau conversional part of it on stream, and one of my very, very early streams was showing off how I do wildlife park management on Estuary on my faux priest. So most of my deed is just wildlife park, and I just live in this little bit up the top. How do I keep them all alive, Tuplex? Feeding them. So the passives, the ones, sorry, the grazers, predominantly I have grazers by the water where people pass by close more often, because they keep themselves alive by grazing. But all of the aggressive creatures and some of the passive creatures don't graze, like the dogs and the tortoises and the crabs and things. They require feeding. So it is a combination of Estuary going and dropping food in all of those pens every so often to top them up, but also it is relying on the mechanic that means that creatures don't try and feed if there isn't activity happening relatively close by them. So if you've ever tried to keep chickens really close to your main deed where you work and imp and do things, you find those chickens eat shitloads because you're active nearby. They are always trying to feed, but as a means to, I assume, conserve memory, because there are thousands of creatures on a given server. If there isn't activity nearby, creatures become kind of dormant, which means that a lot of these meat eaters that would otherwise be slowly starving without somebody feeding them, because I'm not active within, like, I couldn't tell you definitively what it is, but like maybe 15 tiles of them. And because I'm in a remote enough bit of release and this deed is big enough that there isn't a constant stream of people riding past or sailing past, most of these animals thankfully sit dormant whilst I'm not here, and therefore are only occasionally, like when someone's in local long enough, trying to feed. So they starve much, much more slowly than they would if there was a lot of activity around them. So I do feed them, but I don't have to feed them every day or anything. I got them all up to fat. Some of them have actually now dropped away from it, and I need to fatten them back up again, which gives them an extra layer of protection. But it's a combination of them being fed and them being far enough away from player activity that they don't try and feed often and therefore lose fat layers when they can't. So that's how that works. Yeah, don't keep chickens in your house. Not like Ruffle and me. I've got a pheasant, a champion pheasant, in Thulspring Manor that Calvert and I live in over on Exodus, and I have a pet bowl down to try and remind me to feed it and to put food in its bowl. And I mean, I say that having chickens literally right outside here, but these chickens get fed any time that I'm active in Brambleheim. I go and drop food in their bowls, so these do get fed because they're my champs. And I love them, and they bring me so much joy, so I don't forget about them. But it is extra work. If you live with chickens nearby, you need to put them somewhere nice and obvious where you won't forget to feed them, because otherwise they will eat you out of house and home, and they will quite quickly starve and die, unfortunately.
Hello.
I'm just catching up on chat. Just give me a second. Campfire discovery. Apparently I'm drowning my pet bunny. What? Drowning my pet bunny. What pet bunny? Oh. I think calling that bunny my pet bunny is asking for trouble. But let's just go and see if she's got her, she's still got her nose below the bubble line. Are you enjoying my hot tub? Pom. Oh, she's just got like a nose just like stuck in a bubble. I love as well. I love that they're all like moving independently. You know what? There's little details like this. I know Griff has talked about this as well, that like, you know, that like every tree and every sapling is independent of the other. But it's things like this as well. Like they're not just all moving on the same animation cycle. It's the same way that makes fields full of creatures, of like, you know, cows and things look a little bit more organic as well, because they're not all moving in tandem. And that's part of what makes this work like a bubbling, hot tub surface, because like you actually get almost like not a coordinated wave, but enough differences in the movement that it looks like it's bubbling rather than just all going up and down like that. I know, right? Dead cute. Just those bunny ears poking out the top. She's just, you know, steaming her paws. No pun intended. No pun intended. That was not a pun. Not a pun. Read local. Drowning. There you go. Definitely not my pet, just a guest. I'd say let's have a hot tub party, but there aren't that many people you can fit in this hot tub. What do I feed that overgrown purple chicken? Oh, nothing. Nothing. She just every so often, you know, picks off some livestock. I've got so many now, frankly, I probably wouldn't notice if one disappeared. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4 stories up here. I'm just above her headline, but if she flexes her wings up, she's taller than my tallest building. I reckon she could just, you know, carry cows off to her nest, one in each claw, So magnificent. Oh, your champion cat died when you were away, Tan. I'm sorry. Yes, Nirav, that campfire display. That was a complete stroke of luck. I honestly didn't think the open helm would do anything. I'm so glad that we went and tested it. Yeah. Yeah, there is a champion whale. Unfortunately, the champion whale is not named. You cannot name champion whales. You can care for them to keep them alive indefinitely, but because you cannot brand them, you can't name them. So that is not a GM spawn. That's just my pet champion whale that was here before the park was, and so it gets to remain here. I do every so often threaten to go and extend out the front of Brambleheim, because this is all deeded as well, actually, out here for a way, just to get the deed ratio, and like make a bit of a water park feature with some of those GM spawns, but I haven't yet got around to that. I have considered it. But basically, all the way down to there, that far shoreline, that's how far Brambleheim extends. The wildlife park is all of this. From the edge of my dock warehouses, all the way down to the edge of that waterline. That's all Brambleheim Wildlife Park.
Well done.
Still a slow clap, though, isn't it? Look at that. Well done. I was so excited, though, that Nirav persuaded me to upload some emotes to the Coterie Discord, and I also uploaded some animated ones, so you now get a teeny tiny little... There's a little, if you have, I think it's only available to Nitro subscribers, unfortunately, but there is a little animated Crim clapping animated emote in the Discord now, which pleases me no end. So good. She's moved. She's moved. I saw that if we just got a dance animation, did you also get animations in bunny form, or is it only Toons that benefited from those new animations? I assume it probably doesn't translate to you in bunny form. Do you know what? She could have just stealthed into any of these, and I'm not sure I would have noticed. There's so many places that she could just hide in our homes now. And this is, of course, not where they live. This is me having dumped everything here from Easter and still having not sorted Easter out. Don't tell anybody. Oh, fuck me. So big. Right, back to Exodus. That was quite a big segue. Off to dinner. Good night, Nirav. If you haven't already gone, just Toons. Your pause not long enough. You don't even get like the little fancy frolic. If nobody's seen this, this is the most ridiculous dance I ever did see. I don't know if it's going to let me do it looking at myself in third person. Let's find out. What do I need? So can I dance with myself? Guess we're going to find out. That is the new dance animation. It is the most elaborate of all of them. But it is definitely a sort of a frolic, and just nothing is as creepy as that. Congratulations on reaching 85 aggressive fighting ruffle. Pretty sure it's still Easter in your courtyard. Yeah. Can you hotkey the dance? I don't know. Can you hotkey emotes? I've never tried. You probably can. What's funny when sitting on a horse? The tickle or the dance? Not actually tried. I've seen people waving whilst running, and it used to be that any other animation that you did interrupted the one that you were doing, whereas now you can both run or walk and do animations. So, for example, I wave whilst running, which is new. You can dance whilst on horseback, apparently. I can't zoom out any further than this, unfortunately. But let's see what we can do. Can I dance with my horse? Probably. It just looks like I'm trying to take off, like I'm doing my chicken impression. Oh, I love it. is the creepy tickle.
What is?
As creepy on horseback. Just asking for a friend. You can tell that these two are the most interesting ones. Yeah, that's just as creepy. I really like the little flappy dance on horseback. That is kind of awesome. And just out of interest.
Stop it.
Is it any more interesting on a cart or on a sled? We're just going to flap our wings on a sled, aren't we? Quite aside from the dodgy sitting position. I am going back to Exodus soon. I swear I am. Yep. I don't think that one is... I like that. I like the hands up at the end. I didn't notice that before. These are not going to make themselves onto new Crim toon poses for stream titles. Somehow, I think I can probably do without those. That is pretty awesome, though, isn't it? You wanted to see Dance Cape because you heard it was good. I don't have a cape. I assume I've heard that some things are interesting with a cape, and I'm not going to. I don't even want to know what the fart animation looks like. I know there's one. I'm good. I don't need to see that. I'm good. But anyway, right. This has been hilarious. Let's go back to. Oh my god! It's already midnight. I've got some more. I've got some more building stuff on Exodus in me. Probably. Ruffle's getting close to her cape. Yeah. Just think you had to test them. Yeah, you tested them all, were you? So, have you got any other ones you'd recommend that we try before we go? Like, I haven't tried them all. I don't know. I don't know if I'm missing another good one there. But those ones were quite good fun. Oh, Eschery's just popped back to normal Eschery form. What I do need to do, though, regardless, is Aramis is not currently at the portal. So I'm just going to log him on. He's currently at Cair Paravel, so he's not far, but I'm just going to run him over because he can't summon me back until he actually gets to a portal. So let's just do that quickly in the background. 2 rifts left to go and 0.21 large mole skill. You're getting close. You're getting close. Then you get a fancy cape, and now, super excitingly, you can now dye your cape, which I know is something people have been requesting for a long time. It always makes me want to go make a cape as well, but I'm much, much further away from it than Ruffle is. I've got quite a way to go. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, it is the final stage of the journal. One of the rewards for it is you get the Master Cape, which is an infinite bandage. Effectively, you can bandage yourself with that, and it never runs out. But in order to get it, you have to get 10 out of the... Is this 11? 4... Wait, hang on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 12 out of 13? There you go, 12 out of 13 of these. So you can choose one. One that you don't have to suffer, but as you can see, I am still quite a way away from things. I'm miles off on the Rifts one. I'm only just over halfway on the Imping Items one. 82% of the way on Slaying Creatures. I'm not far off on titles. 96% of the way on missions. Quite a way off that. I think my highest skill's 97 something, and that'll be Archaeology. Let me just make sure I'm not running Aramis into imminent danger. I'm not. Yeah, my highest skill is 97.69 is my Archaeology skill, and titles I've got 118. I'm only 2 titles off, but even getting those 2, I'm still a million miles off the rest, so I'm not going to be getting a cape anytime soon. Let's just, right, pop Aramis through a portal. So he's on release, ready to summon me. Done. People often cape bandage you rather than themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice thing. People can also bandage other people with that. I mean, you say that, Fairy, but, you know, if you're going to things like rifts, I don't know anybody who doesn't end up bandaging at rifts. That, or you're going to be using a faux priest and just chomping through Vessel's gems. Goblin camps is another one where you almost inevitably have to do some bandaging along the way. You've got 7 more rifts to do for yours, Willow. Yeah, Sid was dying some at the friend along. I didn't get any screenies of it, but I definitely saw people running around, and there will almost certainly be some pictures on the forum and things of dyed capes. And they've also tweaked, I saw a bug fix where they had tweaked the way that dye applies to capes so that it is a closer fit to the way that dye sits on armour, so that's nice as well. Raspberry Ruffle. Ruffle is skipping the imping items one. That is a big one. That's a big one. Yeah, Bun's saying cape safety is also goblin camps. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to get Aramis summoning. I'm going to hop back to Exodus. Summon Soul. Farewell, Brambleheim. I do like Brambleheim in the snow. I know a lot of people don't like snowy season in Worm and find it blindingly bright. I don't. I quite like it, actually. I find it sort of... I especially like the snowflakes. If you've never looked up at snowflakes, they are actual, like, proper little snowflakey snowflakes. And, like, if you position yourself just right, you can sort of get one to kind of sort of fall on your face. And I like that they are proper little snowflakes falling when you look directly up at the sky. Now's when I find I'm still carrying stuff I shouldn't be. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. And back we go. Imping items 1 is easy peasy. If you're an imper. Good night, Willow. Thank you for coming and keeping us company, and thank you for the shenanigans. That's always fun. It's lovely to have you here. Willow, as a stream watcher, are you going to contribute another item? I know you've already got an item represented in the Rockcliff Museum, but you know, if you want to add something to the streamer corner, we can send you a list if you're not in the Discord and you don't want to join. Right, cross back to Exodus. I haven't even finished 1 floor of this building that I was like... that I could have completed on stream if I were better at concentrating. But I'm just so not. But now that it's daylight, see, it's going to be fine. So from back here, I'm going to go 1 more floor up. Just the turrets are going to go up there. This is the top floor for most of it, but there's going to be 1 floor higher just on like the towers. And all it's really obscuring is the platforms down the front of Cair Paravel, which is fine, which is kind of what I thought. Obviously, as I get closer, it's going to obscure more. I'll have a look at it from just out front here. But there are also going to be buildings on these lower levels. So part of the reason I can't plan the whole thing at once is because I need to see sight lines as I build it in terraces coming down towards the water to kind of check things as I go. And also because D-Planner does not have docks in it. You can't design the whole of a deed in Deed Planner that includes platforms because you have to recreate those flat spaces by terraforming where there isn't actually terraforming on your deed to do it. So this is a deed that has to be planned in Deed Planner building by building because it's making a lot of use of platforms and docks and things like that. Okay, so from down here, it is going to not quite obscure the top of the castle, but obviously it's covering more of the castle. It's a shame in a way because this is an approach by water just here. There isn't anything I can really do that's going to obscure this bit of platform just here, but it's not the end of the world. But so the towers here are going to hide bits of the castle behind, but never completely, because you've got these sight lines up the middle. Hopefully you will always be able to see like the castle in the distance, and then you know, the terrace in front of that, and then whatever I build here, the terraces in front of that, and things like that. So hopefully it will look like a proper built-up kind of little city deed. once it's complete, but we're a bit of a way off that. You're mining iron because you wanted it for something, but you forgot what you wanted it for. You can't decide between pottery and slate for your kiln. I feel like, I mean, slate is more unusual because pottery was the standard. Before we had any stone types, they were all pottery. So slate is more unusual. I feel like I'm always slightly underwhelmed by the slate edging on those. And I think it's because it's not as rich and dark. It's more of a grey slate. And I think that's the bit that always disappoints me a little bit. Slate walls are a really nice, rich, dark colour. But slate fireplaces and kilns and things, when you put them in front of a slate wall, they're like a distinctly, almost like a granity grey rather than black. But slate is more unusual. Maybe you should go with slate, because you will have something that everybody else who has a kiln and smelter does not have, where a lot of us have not been bothered to recreate them, create the new ones. Yeah. Good night, Myra. Good night. And as I say, we've got like a few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks to pull together these items for the streamer camp, so you don't have to do them straight away. Bun sent me something. Did Bun send it whilst I was on stream? I think he did. I don't think anybody sent me anything whilst I was back on release. But before I forget, I am just going to go and hoik that out. So that I don't forget. Check. You have no mail? I could have sworn Bun sent it to me whilst I was on Exodus. He did, right? Maybe it was whilst I was on release. I'll hop back over and pick it up later. So, you're starting to pumpkin too? Oh, you sent it to me on release. Okay, I will then go and pick it up on release when I'm done. I can't go back through the portal right now. How are people feeling? If we're all pumpkining, I don't have to build more. I'm clearly not finishing this tonight on stream, whether or not I want to. I am pleased at least to know that like my turrets, my kind of my double crenellations do now work. I'm sad that there's still that bit of a gap with tall stone walls, but it is a lot better than it was before. So that's something. But you can see here, this is the double crenellation that I'm talking about doing. And those are going to be on top of all of the turrets. Wake up, Crim. What? 9:30 a.m. for you? What am I waking up for? On release, it was for the campfire science. Oh, I see. I thought he was sending me... I thought you were sending me one for the museum. I didn't even think to send one on a campfire. I think an Ibrick does sit on top of a campfire in the same way that coffee pots and teapots do. Sorry, I hadn't clocked that. I thought you were sending museum stuff over. Well... Can you make marble kilns? I don't know. You can't make all of the stone types and things. I'm not sure that you can, because I don't think you can make marble forges. Can you make a marble forge? No, maybe you can make a marble forge. But I don't think there's marble edging, so I don't think you can do marble kilns and smelters. Actually, there's a way to look this up. You can look it up through the in-game menu like this. That'll tell you. So no, you can't do marble. You can do rendered and rounded stone. It's just marble that you can't do by the look of it. But you can't make marble ovens. I don't know why marble was left out. Presumably then you also can't do a marble forge? Yeah, you can't. I don't know why marble was left out of the offing with those. You can dye rendered. I don't know if you... Yeah, you must be able to. I don't know if you can dye them, but you can colour rune them, because you can certainly colour rune forges if you can't dye them. You can dye rendered walls. I experimented with that a little bit at Little Venice, but then I ended up not really liking the dyed forms in the end. But yeah, this is kind of like the fancy double crenellation. Look, you can even see the bottom of the parapet there. That's definitely still not quite right. But it is better, at least. Like, that certainly would have sat flush, or just a bit below that parapet line before. So, what I am going to do when I finish this off. I'm not gonna subject us to a third stream of me failing to finish this building, but theoretically, what it's going to look like is a little bit more like this. So we're going to have these double crenellated kind of tower tops. Oh, look at that juddering, with this kind of like platform area at the top. And I also don't, because I use the app version of Deed Planner, not the browser version, I don't have bridges in mine. I'm using Deed Planner 3, not Deed Planner 2, but there will be bridges connecting these two buildings. So I've got those bridges to build as well. But I like this overlapping, and it doesn't bug me at all that they don't line up. I just quite like the kind of the extra detail, the extra layer. I like that it adds some textural depth, because walls tend to be quite flat in Worm, and one of the reasons I so like using tall walls in buildings and things like Oriels is it gives you depth. It makes the buildings just a little bit more 3D, where we, ultimately we have such limited options to make buildings less boxy. So my life's work in Worm is finding ways to make buildings slightly less boxy than they otherwise might be. Jetties make you happy? Yes. I wish we had the timber build, the timber wall options in other things, but it means I use timber. I use timber in a lot of my builds now, just because the unique timber walls are just really cool. I mean, I have a wish list as long as my arm of things I would like tweaked or added to the building system. Everything from giving all wall types to all stone types, so that we just had a little bit more variation, all the way up to, please, can we have diagonal things so that we can at least make octagonal towers, and half fences, so that where you've got a half staircase, you can still put a balustrade around it. Like, I can put a fence over this bit, but I can't put a fence over this bit. So if I want to have any kind of a balustrade here, then there's just going to be a big gap next to this. I'd love to be able to build like a half fence or a half balustrade, but... Bun, now that you're back... Wait, is he gone again? Ruin them, not dye them. We are fairly convinced between us, including Myra, that you do not own that building on Harmony, Bun, but at some point, please pop through a portal. You don't need to go to the building, just pop through a portal on Bun. Have a look at it in your buildings management, like through your buildings management thing here, and see if the building that portcullis is on is one that you have permission to change ownership of. Because if you are not the owner, you won't have this extra one at the top that says change owner to, and that will tell us definitively. But either you are not the owner of that building, which seems to be the most likely scenario, and you just think you are, or it's a bug, or perms work differently on NFI than they do on SFI. That was my conclusion. I know that he's been here for ages, but I forgot. He was away so long earlier that we segued completely off that, and I forgot to round back to Bun. You need to go and check the ownership of that building. Unboxing Worm. Yes, exactly. However, I think a few of us are pumpkining. I can hear my voice going. Like, I'm starting to feel it in the back of my throat. Maybe I should wrap up here rather than subject you all to me getting increasingly more tired as I try and finish off this building while I'm so distracted on stream. So maybe we'll call it there. I know, but that was 10 minutes in which, like, we made 3 attempts to tell him and he was still not yet back. That he was clearly wrong and needed to go and confirm that he was wrong. So, slowly, catchy monkey. I'll get more of Cair Paravel complete. Can you demolish a building you don't own? I wouldn't have thought so. But the only way I know for sure is through the transferring ownership. So manage buildings. If I pull that one up again, I can't transfer ownership for any of these. Let me see. I can only demolish ones I've built and that I own. So I imagine the demolish permission is also tied to ownership. But the butcher shop that you were talking about, that's not the one on Harmony, right? Because Myra was saying she thought you were talking about a butcher shop and then you started talking about Harmony. And the one that you showed us earlier was one on Harmony, not the butcher shop, right? Because that's also where we were getting a bit confused. And Myra said she thought you were talking about the butcher shop, but then you were talking about another one. Yes, the butcher shop on Harmony. Maybe things work differently on NFI? Okay, we need some NFI tunes to go test this. But if it's a building I own, I get this option up here as well, change owner to, because only the owner can transfer ownership. Maybe you're just gonna have to run Bun over this sometime and just verify, just for definite, just for sure. Like clip it. You running up to that thing and it not opening for you, because God, I want to know how you did it. And I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know if it's NFI only. But I can't find anything in the permissions menu that we could have tried that we didn't already try. Are you going to be there imminently to test it? Should we wait? Tell you what, you could always screen record it and upload it to the coterie. Maybe, if it's a very short clip. But I am wrapping up my stream. I'm done. I don't want to stream till like 2 AM. And I'm not waiting for Bun to ride to his deed on Harmony. Let us know in the coterie Discord, though, the results of that one. 41 days until the Rockcliff Museum Gala, which is in fact also my cooldown screen. A minute's from. Okay. I was this close. I was this close to switching to my cooldown. But I'm going to stand here by this portcullis that we tested rigorously earlier on and wait. Fairy's timing you. Of course, Ruffle's the one to be held accountable. Is this one that we also handed back, manage door? Okay, this is not controlled by the building, so this one is still on separate perms. Like, does it make a difference if I had that and then I lost that? Shouldn't do. That was fast. Well, let's just manage the door again and explicitly add Crim. Denial. They were called super. Oh, it doesn't work, Bun. It doesn't. Really? It opens for you? You mean we engaged in all of this science? I mean, it is possible that some kind of patch somewhere has fixed it, that maybe it was a thing in the past, but at least now we know it's not a difference between NFI and SFI, and if it was a bug, it ain't a bug no more. You cannot lock yourself out of a door on a building you own. The only way, if you use decorative portcullises to prevent yourself from accidentally running through them and falling to a horrible death, is to give the building ownership to somebody else who can then prevent you from accessing it, i.e. to an alt. It's the only way to stop them automatically opening for you. But also, if you use them decoratively, it's not just about falling to your death. It also gets really annoying every time you run past a portcullis if you play with sounds on to hear them opening and closing and opening and closing. But you can hand off building ownership in order to get around that. Just, You then need to set up other perms so that you can still do things in that building. Yes. But that's exactly what I said from the get-go. If it's a building you own, you can't prevent yourself being able to access the door, even by separating its permissions from the rest of the building. You can take the permissions away from the building, but you still own the door, and you can't hand ownership off independently. So now we know definitively. We've tested it. Bun was wrong. And on that note, I'm going to say goodnight. Good night, folks. Yeah. But you can't take the building away from the can't take the building away from the permissions. No. Now you can all sleep. Now you can know. Now we've finally tested it definitively. Yeah, Rockcliff Museum Gala. Pop it in your diary if you haven't already. It's running for 2 days this week instead of this week. 2 days this year instead of for one. I will be streaming there, as I also streamed there last year. And Nirav is apparently not tired of me yet, so I will be going back and streaming there again. But we'll also be there at the end of August, setting up our exciting new streamer Glamp Camp permanent display there, which it would be lovely if you'd all contribute items to. So, good night, everybody. I will hopefully catch you next weekend doing another Worm stream. Take care. Sweet dreams, all of you on my side of the world who are going to sleep. For Fairy, who is on literally the opposite side of the world, good morning. Have a lovely day. Take care, guys.
Meh. Brr.